Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome. I am live. That took a long time, but I am live finally. And just give me 1 second. And we're ready for some soccer, for some playoff soccer. We've got 3 games to get through today. We'll go with the first one, which is on FS1 and TSN1. If anyone is wondering, right now, I'm fumbling my words because I'm trying to figure out where this is coming from. Here it is. We've got Nashville SC and Toronto FC. And Toronto FC, if anyone doesn't know, Toronto FC are the defending Eastern Conference champs. They won the championship a few years ago. They're one of the top teams in the league. They're the 2 seed. This is Nashville's first season in the MLS. Their first season, the first season that Nashville has ever had professional soccer. Their team gets into the playoffs. They got in the playoffs last Friday in the play-in. They beat Miami, also their first year. And Nashville became 7 seed and are now facing the defending Eastern Conference champions. You got this game, then the 1 seed Philadelphia later on. Columbus beat the Red Bulls in the East, and Orlando beat New York City FC. So those are the other 2 games in the Eastern Conference that we know those 2 teams, Columbus and Orlando, are in the playoffs. Or in the second round, excuse me. Either Nashville or Toronto trying to join them. Hey, Josh, hopefully you can join me for this stream and the next 2 streams that we'll do today, the next 2 games, the conclusion of the first round of the 2020 Major League Soccer playoffs. "23 minutes played so far in the half. Nashville will bring this up, a looping kick, and it's corralled at center. No. That would be insane. It's not going to be 1 stream. It'll be 3 separate streams for each game. 3 separate streams. Stretch pass, and to try to cross one in, the Toronto player Altidore, the great American player, could not get that ball in there, and it would be headed away. Also, something to be known, because the New England Revolution won their play-in and because Vancouver was eliminated about a week ago, and New England's play-in win was against the Montreal Impact, the Toronto FC are the only Canadian team right now playing, the only Canadian team that qualified for the playoffs, that is in the playoffs for the MLS, but they're one of the best teams. So they're the only hope Canada has. Yeah, Josh, the only hope Canada has to win a soccer championship this year is Toronto. Since Montreal and Vancouver were vanquished. A stretch pass down the middle. The Nashville player Bradley goes down, and that'll be a penalty against Nashville. That was Unka with the tackle. As another great United States Olympic player, Howard, sits back there making sure that he can get the ball as much. Tim Howard, one of the great goalies. Toronto still moving it around, and they're back. Got it to center. And chipped out again and kept at center some more. And here's a chance for Toronto, moving it on. Osorio made a play. They try to cross it, and that's blocked. And a rebound. Captain save made. The first save of the night for the Nashville goaltender. And as Howard went over to play as the extra attacker from the goal, And Altidore made a play, and this was just a tap to try to score a goal to make it 1-0 Toronto. And the Nashville netminder was up to the task. We stay no score. A throw-in for Toronto. De Leon is back out there, and then now Nashville will take it across and try to attack. We saw that big upset the last game between Dallas and – oh, my God. I hope you did good. I had some stressful time studying today, but obviously your game, that was important. Did you guys win? Because you said it's stressful. It must have been hard. And now a penalty. Looks like it'll be against Toronto as Murka is down, and then the Toronto player is down. We'll see who the penalty goes against. Barely won. Oh, wow. That really should be no penalty. Both guys went down off of a kind of bang-bang play. Their knees hit each other. They collided. 2-1 in a shootout. Wow. They collided while trying to go for the ball. We'll see what the call will be here with 27 played, and it'll be a penalty against Nashville. So Toronto will get the ball back on a free kick, and they get it over to center. A trip. And now they will call another call against Nashville. De Leon goes down for Toronto, and they will go for their free kick here. You can see Nashville getting a little bit rattled here. They have not gone off their game, but they are getting a bit frustrated. 7 seed against 2. The tap pass over for De Leon. De Leon tries to play it in front. Big save. Rebound. And it'll be corralled out of there. Nashville almost gave up a gimme. And then that ball gets deflected to center, and here comes Toronto again. Crosses it in front. Osorio. Back to Altidore. Back to Osorio, who'll boot it all the way back and wide of the goaltender Willis. And it will be a goal kick for Nashville. And Toronto has been attacking the goal here. They've had several chances. If Altidore can get a clean foot on it, it's probably 1-0 Toronto. He could probably put it back, the diving goaltender Willis. And, you know, for this game to continue like this is just an accomplishment for a real gritty Nashville team against a super strong Toronto team. This headed up in the air and then headed back. Remember, this is Nashville's first year in the MLS, first year playing soccer, and now they've got Toronto in a pretty crux-like position. And as I was saying, it was kind of like on Sunday. If you remember, on Sunday, there was that huge game between Dallas and Portland, where Portland was expected to win. They had the late goal, but then even later, there was that tying goal for Dallas, and they won in a shootout. Something could happen here, as Nashville brought it up again, but they turned it over. There was an offside call, too, against a goal that was scored by Dallas that was called against them. That would have made it 1-0 earlier for them. Nashville bringing on back. Wow, that's awesome. Nashville bringing on back. Try to make that stretch pass. Here's a play trying to get in deep. Great defense. Great defensive play by the right back for Toronto as he denied what would have been a breakaway for Nashville. Toronto keeps it in their own end, passing it around. Also, these are playoff games, 1 win and 1 game, you're done. So if there are no ties in this game, if you're wondering, there will be ties in the second round because of that whole rule that I'll explain later next week when we have it about the 2 games, the home and the away. But here it's a game to win or a game to lose. So there are no ties. So if it's tied, like the last game that was tied, we would go to the 2 15-minute extras, and then at the end of those, see what the score is. And if it's still tied, we go to penalty kicks. Back to the side, Toronto keeping it in. Held back Osorio. Boots it on back. They Play catch for Uswela, and then Osario again. Osario holding it back to Uswela. Uswela waiting in back for Osario again. Osario boots it on away for Uswela. He tries to pass that one in front, and it's blocked, and Nashville will retain the ball and boot this to center. Taken by Nashville SC, wants to have a break. They will, and then the defender, what a great run back to go and retrieve the ball. He'll boot it over to the goalie, so we stay here with 31 minutes played in the first half, still knotted at goose eggs. Whip to center. And then kicked there as well. A Nashville player goes down. That's Mule, who was tripped by one of the Toronto defenders. And now we got a bit of argument, a bit of pushing by the Nashville and the Toronto players, as well as the referee trying to sort everything out. And this wasn't really even a tackle. He just kind of pushed him in behind and then tried to sell it, but it doesn't look like Mule's going to get the call that he wants because of the tripping penalty. He's still laboring on the field. Has not gotten up. New York native, former Red Bull, that was his thing, and he came over to Nashville to play with this young team. And he's been a ferocious defender for them. And Osario, who's tripped down, actually was in less pain than Mule was. And you kind of have to feel that. He was part of that older New York core with the Red Bulls, but he's fit well in this Nashville team. So now they get the injuries sorted out with and everything else. They'll do a soft kick back to center. And Toronto will keep possession. Scoreless first half, obviously, would benefit Nashville the most. Toronto's looking for that dagger. That's rifled off of a few and then blocked back by Nashville. Take it to the goalie, Willis, who will boot this ball to center, where it is taken back by Toronto again. Continued to the side where Altidore was. Toronto trying to push for the offense. Nashville trying to get it out, and they cannot do so, but now we'll roll it to center, and the defense will pick it up and boot it back to their goalie. Holding to the side, and he lost the ball. Nashville picked it up, and immediately a penalty call against Nashville again. So it's Bradley for Toronto, and he turns it over. This is a clean turnover. Nashville SC, though, have had a problem getting out of their zone. Nice. I mean, your coach probably appreciated those block shots in a game like that, especially a game that you guys feel like you didn't deserve to win, but you won. And that's they always talk about. The great teams, they find a way to win games that they don't deserve to win. They don't play well. They shouldn't win these games, but they win them. Nashville tries to establish some offense on their break, and they're going to try to finally set up something. Holding it loose is Leal again. Waiting a bounce then for Johnson. Johnson tries to make a move to the right side. Looks, crosses it in front, and that went off of a few people, but it'll be the first save by the Toronto goaltender. So that was some good pressure by Nashville getting it to the net, and at least they have their pressure. 10 minutes remain in the first half until extra time. Well, added time, not extra time, but added time. Toronto keeping up in their end still. Waiting to see where they go when they go for the jugular here. Again, the longer this game goes this way or without Toronto really going for it, the better position Nashville will be in for a Titanic upset. Boots it back over to center. Then it'll get ripped again and booted and sent along. Nashville trying to keep away with it. There will be a penalty against Toronto this time, as the Nashville SC was really getting SC, if you're wondering, a soccer club, and football club, soccer club, same thing. The Nashville Soccer Club was really getting into a rhythm, and he just drew a penalty right there because Toronto is now kind of playing quite gingerly and not too well. Basilio with the turnover in their own end, in their own side. So wait for this Nashville free kick here, which is hugely important. Kicks it over for a header. That one loose. Tried to kick that one in front. It went off of a Toronto leg out, so it will be a Nashville corner. Try to get this ball in to where the goalie is. Establish that pressure. Here's the corner up there. Header loose, cannot control. Now we'll kick this one wide. He rifled it with traffic in front to try to get a ball that would have went through the goalie and made it 1-0 Nashville, but that one just trickled wide. So they continue the pressure, but no goals for Nashville. We're still tied, still scoreless. They're beginning to press, beginning to warm to the task. Toronto headed this one away and then turned over. Another Toronto turnover. Nashville going away with it, looking for the pass. That was a dangerous one because it could have clearly been picked up and off by Toronto, but they do not just yet. Here's Johnson. Johnson holding on. Johnson. Yeah, so far it's actually been pretty exciting. And that pass will go. There was a man. As that stretch pass went right by the goalie, that Yoner was there for what could have been a top shelf goal, but the play is offside. So goalie will pick it up and roll it out for the Toronto defense. Pretty solid game so far. No score. Oh, yeah, I've got to ask you. You are watching it, right? Because it's on TSN. Josh, I completely forgot that you actually can watch this game. So I was going to say, you are watching it, right? Looped in back to center, and that one will control there. Yes. Just to remind you, the next one, the last one, you can pick and choose TSN or ESPN. The last game, that's LAFC and Seattle, the defending champs. But the next game is TSN 3, which you don't have. So the next game you have to watch on ESPN. That's New England and Philadelphia. This is looped off the head. Toronto will go now. They bring in lots of speed. It's their first onrush since the past 3 minutes. In this game, if you're asking in soccer, the Maple Leafs, no question, in Toronto FC, because they're the defending Eastern Conference champions. They won the championship about 3 years ago. They've been in the finals, I think 3 of the last 6 years. they're a dominant team in soccer, and this is Nashville's very first year in the MLS. They're an expansion team. In hockey right now, I think it's Toronto slightly as well. Slightly, though. They're very close. I'm not sure, though, if you're asking hockey or soccer. So if it's hockey, slightly. But anyway, things could happen in the playoffs. We don't know. We could obviously see Nashville as an expansion team upset one of the more dominant soccer teams this past decade. You're basically looking at Wild Avalanche 2003 type series here. No, they did lose last year in a kind of humiliating fashion. It just felt like they played well last year, but they went to the final last year. But they played well against Seattle, but they weren't getting enough. They weren't scoring a lot of goals. That was last year's thing, that they would grind you. They were a good team. They were deep, but they really didn't score a ton of goals. Here's the stretch pass looking for a Nashville player. Has some room and is going to go down and has to look for an outlet to go there. And now finally will, and boots it back to center. It held on back to the side. And then we'll shoot this one up the corner. Back there, here's Johnson from the side. Johnson is heavily defended well and then kicked out. I don't know if this ball goes off of Larea or if it goes off of Johnson. It's 11 on 11. It's 11 on 11. It's 11 on 11. They don't. It's always the same players on the soccer field, no matter what happens in the game. Say what you want about soccer, but it's got an incredible consistency. Here comes a Nashville corner. One in the middle, blocked, and looped in front. Nashville trying to get a foot on it. This one deflects out of play, but it deflected off of a Toronto player, so it will be another Nashville corner. Nashville is putting the pressure, and what a horrible way to go out to the first half for Toronto if they're down 1-0. Now, Nashville's a good team, but Toronto is expected to come out dominant, and Nashville has shut them down. They've been the better team in this half. Here's the corner from the other side, deflected back. Nashville tries to keep it in. They will from the side, then they'll go back defensively just to set everything up. A looped-in corner. This will be headed in front and off the wrong foot, and he knows it. He's trying to cross it to the goal, but it went off the wrong foot of Lille. And I told you the reason why is because of the incredible disciplined defense. You don't get too many breakaways because it's it's slow to some people because they. And I never realized why sometimes it is slow and sometimes they play this game. They don't dump the ball much, but they kind of keep it back and forth passes. It's because it's an incredible dedication to great defensive play. Hence the stalling and the fake injuries sometimes also to keep the ball out of your end. It's a very mental game as well, as that is a goal kick. That will be kicked right to the other end of the defenseman, taking back to Will's got to get it out, and he will boot it to center, headed back by Toronto. They'll have their chance before we get to the extra time added before the start, before the first half is concluded. This will go to the corner. This will be a pass right up the middle, be taken the gloves by the goalie, and quick toss. We'll see how many minutes they add. No added time at all. They just don't choose to do any. That'll end the first half. The Toronto's had a bunch of U.S. Olympians and World Cup and great New York Red Bulls too that know the playoffs well. A prestigious team, but they can't do anything here against Nashville. No score. surprising. No score headed to the first half. So guess we got halftime. Yeah, I mean, the blue line wouldn't be that bad of an idea. So just kind of wait for first half. Not really too much to talk about. Just and to go along. Now on Thursday, usually I have a live stream for football. I just wanted to talk about that since we always talk about that as well. Usually I do a live stream for football, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to do that because the Thanksgiving for me. So.
I think it's a very special moment. We don't get to play, but we get to watch it. I agree. I'm okay with you being the not-so guy for the rest of the season. Tostito, get to the good stuff.
10-piece McNuggets, quarter pound of cheese, fillet of fish, Big Mac.
Thank you. Thanks, Lorelai.
Get it at McDonald's when you buy one of your faves and get another for just $1.
So we'll see how this goes. This ends up. Oh, the college football rankings are actually are on right now. So I will let you know what they are. I'm going to put on ESPN, and I'll let you know what the college football rankings are because that's important, obviously, to me at least. I know A&M. This is not college football. I know A&M is going to be up there. I think people were saying about 5. Yes, A&M is fifth in the nation, which in college football to get into to be only 4 teams are able to contend for the national championship. They're the top 4 teams in the nation: number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So A&M, if the season ended today, A&M would not be eligible to contend or contend for the national championship. But they're one rank lower than they need to be. They're number 5, and they trail. Clemson went to 3. They trail Ohio State, which is kind of funny because my uncle and a lot of my friends are Ohio State fans. So Alabama is number 1. Notre Dame is number 2. Clemson is number 3. Ohio State is number 4. Texas A&M is number 5, and Florida is number 6. So we're gonna need A&M to win, but we're gonna have to start needing teams to lose. We're gonna have to want Clemson to lose another game, and Ohio State definitely to lose another game. I really don't. I mean, I love A&M obviously, but I don't really have that much of an issue with that. Give me 1 second. I'm just taking a picture of something. Nope, that's the wrong top 25. Never mind. But I don't really have an argument with the top 25 at all. With the top 5, at least. I mean, I love A&M. I want them to be in the playoff, but I don't think they're better than Ohio State right now, or Clemson, or Notre Dame. Well, I kind of do think they're better than Notre Dame, but Notre Dame's undefeated. They beat Clemson. I mean, they have the right to be number 2. But I think the top 5 was good. Florida at 6 is okay too, and Florida I think only has 1 loss this year, and it was to Texas A&M, so that works pretty much in our favor as well. All right, now still at the half.
Dr. Joe Macknick, our referee expert, said at a minimum this one should have been reviewed. Dr. Joe,
I'm not sure if Texas A&M is playing. I don't know if it was official, but if it is, Texas A&M will be playing. Will be playing Clemson on Saturday, and if they are, if the game is or not Clemson, LSU, Louisiana State on Saturday, and if they are, I will be calling that game. It's for 7 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, so I should be streaming that game. I don't see any reason why I would not stream that game. That'll be on. That'll be on the 28th.
Wonderful goals scored in this year's playoffs. Coming up, though, we're going to vote the prize for the best goal of the regular season. That's a bit of a hint right there.
So. Still waiting here. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool rankings. A&M is in a pretty good position. So that was cool for college football. Obviously, wait for soccer to come back, but it's still a half. We'll get ready for the second half here between Nashville. It's the first of our triple header between the Nashville Soccer Club and Toronto Football Club, and then the second game on ESPN for both of us is going to be the Philadelphia Union, the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference, against the 8 seed New England Revolution. New England is the team that has a little bit more of the playoff pedigree, but Philadelphia has, I think they have the best record in the league. I'm not positive. It might be Kansas City that has the best record. But I know that they have the best record in the East, and I think they have the top scoring offense in the league. Yes, Philadelphia does have the best record in the league, and I didn't realize Toronto has a better record than Sporting Kansas City. Toronto actually has second best record, not only in the East, but in the entire Major League Soccer, and they right now are drawing to a team that finished 14th in the MLS and 14th in the MLS. Hold on a second. And they are just taking a task, the fifth team in. They're really taking a task, the fifth team in this, the second team in the league. So what an upset this would be, without a question. What was the first time a goalie had a mask on? Not the COVID mask. I don't know the year. I know it was a Montreal. I'm not Googling. I think it was Jacques Plante, and I think it was the 1950s. I'm going to say 1952, Jacques Plante, Montreal. I'm going to say the game was against the Red Wings. So that's my guess. Jacques Plante, 1950, Montreal, Detroit. Not even close. Who was it? You just need a year? I said 1950. 45?
Three playoff matches go to extra time. Are we on track for the fourth? Second half of Nashville and Toronto on the backside.
Copyrighted broadcast of Major League Soccer may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Major League Soccer.
Nearly 150 years of experience goes into making each and every Continental Tire.
Wow, I didn't know that. Wow, that's awesome. I didn't know that. Again, I told you the last few times, and I don't know, maybe we didn't hear each other, but if you can find trivia, keep doing it. Even while I'm doing the game, I'd love to do some trivia. I really enjoy that.
Research shows people remember commercials with nostalgia. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's one that'll really take you out.
What you got, Ryan? Customized home insurance from Liberty Mutual. Customizes our home insurance so we only pay for what we need. What did you get, Mike?
Only pay for what you need.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas. Oh my, now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is
Just hold on a second.
We can make that happen, definitely.
This looks great.
Bring it and
Getting through the morning meeting in one piece. Feels good. And realizing it's payday. That definitely feels good. Oh, we'll keep your kids busy in the client's happy. You're unstoppable. With a Wells Fargo checking account, you can bank without missing a beat.
Yeah, I know. That one was math. Yeah, but definitely get some more hockey trivia. That was fun.
okay, Captain Turkey.
Captain is the greatest ice bomb of all time. That's right. The GOAT.
Did he pay you to say that?
Yes.
Well, Columbus and Vegas have gotten some positive tests of COVID for the Knights and the Blue Jackets. I think it's fine, though. The reason they're getting positive tests is they're all around their family, and they're all around other people because the season's not on. And they're supposed to have the, supposed to have the vaccine next year too, and the season doesn't start till January 1st. 5 penalty minutes, I think. I don't know if instigating is different from fighting. I know a fighting minor is 5 minutes. I think a fighting major is like 10 minutes. No, fighting is a major. I know 5 minutes for fighting. I don't know if instigating is something different.
Right? That's why Febreze created small spaces. Press firmly and watch it get to work. Unlike the leading cone, small spaces continuously eliminate.
Well, they've got Calvin Johnson's going to be a semifinalist for the Hall of Fame. That's crazy. I remember when he was still playing. I still have a Detroit Calvin Johnson jersey, actually. I wouldn't make it that obvious. It's more 10. 10. Ten minute misconduct. What? Is it more or less than 10? Also, the second half's about to start.
Playoff appearances, dude. They've gone all the way to MLS Cup. Zeros in the break with Nashville.
15? 15.
I really feel coming out of the second half, John, that they need to come with an intensity. They need to come with a purpose. They need to be crisp in the final third, creating opportunities. Josie Altidore, I wonder how long he's got in those legs. Now, Greg Vanney talked to us about that. He said he wanted to see what the game would look like. He's been active in the way that he's found some spots behind the back four for Nashville as well as behind the midfield four.
15 is very close. Should you say it? Yeah, sure. Just say it.
Absolutely expect to see him, and that means more pressure on his back four, including a guy like Walker Zimmerman, making sure that the
It's funny. I had the ESPN college football on now that the game's going to start, and I was going to turn it off, but then I realized that immediately once this game ends, it's probably going to start the Philadelphia-New England game, which is on ESPN, so I can immediately just watch ESPN until all of the games are done because both games are on ESPN. So I just keep this on for 7 hours or whatever. 17. Okay, I didn't even know that. That's a weird number for penalties. So here we go. Nashville Sporting Soccer Club getting ready. Toronto FC is finally entering the field here in Toronto, Ontario. The last Canadian team remaining to play for the Cup. The only Canadian team that qualified for the playoffs. One of two that got close enough to play for the play-in. The other was Montreal because Vancouver was eliminated earlier. Nashville getting ready for a second half. That, if they can win, it would be huge. They've already done so much. As I was saying, I don't know if you heard me, but Nashville is ranked in the league. Nashville is ranked number 14 in the league. An expansion team ranked number 14 in the league. Toronto is the second, as I said, went to the final last year. They have the second best record in all of the MLS, and they have the second best offense in all the MLS, and one of the highest scoring teams, one of the most experienced teams, one of the teams that people thought it really could win it all this year, and they couldn't get a goal in the first half against a Nashville team who's playing their very first season and was ranked 14. And had to make the playoffs by winning their final game of the season on Friday night, last Friday. And they are well within the ways of winning here as this game gets underway. Throwing for Nashville. They try to rush. Toronto tries to take it out. And then the ball, we said that it was off of the Nashville player. Or no, off a Toronto player. Here's Romney. Will get the ball. Try to throw in here. Step up, vaulted throw in, header in front, and that's deflected back by Toronto, but then headed to keep in by Nashville. This will loop into the corner. It will roll, and no one will touch it, so it'll be a Toronto goal kick. Headed back from center, and then booted back again, and then kept at center again, and still held at center. Waiting for some progressions, gone back defensively. Do you know some 80s hockey? I should know 80s hockey. I'll be a bit better with the 90s than the 80s, but I'll try it. Nashville, bring it up. Again, I would be better with the 90s, but the 80s is fine with hockey. Any hockey is fine. And any soccer is fine, too, as they bring it up. And this goes off of a Nashville leg in front. Lille, and they're getting a little too cocky as Toronto tries to jumpstart their offense, bring it out. And Toronto has not played the best, but to their credit, they've been quite efficient defensively, and they've had some good offensive chances. They've just not completely overwhelmed this game. Trying to boot this out, kicked out of play. Looks like another Toronto throw-in. Nashville throw-in. That's where it's kept in. Holding there, try to pass this one. Looped in front. Tries to go get it back and does. Nashville keeps it. Passes to the right side. Now crosses in front. A header. That one went wide. Deflected wide. And again, you can't believe it. But now the Nashville players are pointing. They're pointing that I think that they felt that this was deflected by a Toronto player. Yeah, that Nashville is immediately pointing that went off of a Toronto head and it should be a corner, but it is not. It'll be a goal kick. 1 year that decade, some NHL team has not participated in the entry draft. What year and what team? I think it was Buffalo, and I think it might have been 1984, and I think it was that whole thing where they didn't want to draft a player for some reason, and they created some fake player. I think Buffalo, right? My guess is 84, but I'm not sure. Because I remember that story. 85? The team is not. Okay, right onside. Oh, and a shot deflected out. I don't know if this was offside. We're going to have to look at this again. That play might have been offside. I think it was, but Jonder had the defense right behind him and rifled the ball. And no, it was not. I don't believe that was, no, it was not an offside play. That was just a breakaway that was stopped. Toronto's been under siege. I will tell you it's 83. Can you give me hints like division or an area? Yeah, give me a little bit of hints. Toronto and on back again. And then deflected through. Toronto gets it at center. Going to go away from the defensive attackers. Now they'll try their on rush. Thinks about a potential corner. Won't go there. A skipped pass. My guess is Chicago. A throw in for Toronto. And then good defensive play by Nashville as they will force a Toronto turnover. They're part of the 67 expansion. St. Louis. St. Louis is my guess. There was only one other team now in the Central. St. Louis is my guess because there was only one other. Right. There was only one other team in the Central Division that did not did not draft a player that year. And that was and he was one of them. All right. All right, I got a good one. I got a good one for you. I'll give you this trivia. Once this Nashville attack is stifled, and it is right there, Toronto, bring it to center. I got a good one for you, Josh. Which four players won the 1997, 1998, 2002, and 2008 Red Wings? All four of them were on the same team. Were on all four teams. There are four Detroit Red Wings. Do you know? Name me all four of them. So that's the question. The four Red Wings that won the four cups that Detroit won outside of the original six era. They were also all on the 09 team that lost in the Stanley Cup final, and also on the 95 Cup team that lost in the Stanley Cup final as well. Actually, there's five. Excuse me, there's five, not four. Except the fifth player was not on the 95 Stanley Cup final team. But there are five players, not four. Excuse me. Name the five Detroit Red Wings that won in 1997, 1998, 2002, and 2008 with Detroit. Five Red Wing players. Went over to the goalie, who will boot this back to the side. Kept in control. The close roller, Nashville, brings it up with some room and space. And a penalty coming up against Oro Jr. and Toronto. Another Nashville free kick, and this one is very close to the goal. Nashville coaching staff making sure they know exactly what they want to do here, as that was a little bit of a blindside hit where he will draw this penalty now. It's not Datsuk. Okay, yes, it is not Pavel Datsuk. That is true. Pavel Datsuk. Score! 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 Nashville 1-0. Yonder, a header through the goalie, and the defending conference champions are down 1-0. What a goal by Yonder, and this is a shocker. Oh no, oh no, this might be coming back. They are signaling offsides. They are signaling offsides on the goal. Yonder is shaking his head, so the 1-0 goal might be wiped off. They are signaling offsides here. Let's see. It looks like, because he left right in front of the pack there, it looks like it will be offsides, and it is. So Nashville's chance for 1-0 gets wiped off the board off a brutal offsides call. And yes, Josh, you're right. Pavel Datsuk was not on that team. The first two cup teams, I think he was only like 16 or something. Yeah, it was not Datsuk. And the player that wore number 13 on the Russian Red Army line, Vyacheslav Kozlov, it was not him either, because he left before the 02 season, and I think he was somewhere else. I think he was in Calgary in 08. So he is not one of them. But it is not Datsuk. It is not Kozlov. Let me know if you have any more guesses at that question, or if you want me to let you know who the 5 players are. Nashville will break again. They're going to have their chance. They're going to try to play one went in front instead of the side. They keep going to that play. Has to hold down, and I think this might be another offside. Yes, it is. So Toronto catches a break. And just 2 brutal offside calls that have robbed the Nashville Predators of scoring chances, and not Nashville Predators, Nashville Soccer Club of big scoring chances. And, of course, it robbed them of that 1-0 lead. Toronto keeping it in. Defensively, their chances have not been much as this game has gone along. But they force a turnover. And that might jumpstart this offense. Bringing it on. A side pass. We're in the 56th minute here. Well, all of these guys in 08 were very old. All of these guys were in their mid-30s to 40s in 08. So yeah, 08 would 08 wouldn't really help you. Yeah. Just tell me when you're done guessing, or if you want me just to tell you, because I want you to keep guessing, but if you don't know, that's fine. Brung out at center by Toronto. Moving it with some more space, and this one will corner in front. Rosario trying to get this out. Nashville has to now, as that is blocked. A good block by Toronto, but it comes right back out. Lidstrom is one of the 5. That is one. Yes, Nicholas Lidstrom. He was a captain for one of those years, 08, and he was also a Conn Smythe in another of those years in 02. And personally, I think he should have won Conn Smythe in 97. I think he had a better playoff year than Mike Vernon did. But yeah, Lidstrom is one of those. Is one of those players. Yes. So there's 4 more. Yeah, there are 4 more players besides Lidstrom. I will tell you right now that Lidstrom was the only defenseman of that 5. They are not. None of those other players are defensemen. Brought up by the side by Nashville. Controlled and backed up. Dribble to the side and then back here. We went down. Nashville keeping it in. Still no score. Here with 31 minutes remaining in regulation. This one will dribble back to the line. Tries to shoot this one. Headed and deflected out. Toronto will control if they can. Easy pass. Good pass. That's stretched down. And Nashville will take it back defensively. Seven seed against the 2 seed here in the first round of the MLS playoffs. The winner of this game trying to join Columbus and Orlando in the second round of the playoffs. And then, of course, the last Eastern Conference playoff game to come, which will be next, also I will stream, between Philadelphia and New England. Good pass and a good shot in front, and another save by Nils for Nashville, so they won't let a Toronto go past him that way. Easily just played stretch pass. Toronto will try to move it up again. It was 1-0 at one point, but that was wiped off the board because of an offside that happened with about 50 minutes played in this game. As this ball will ricochet out again. De Leon will sub off for the rest of this game now. Akinola will come on, but De Leon's night is done. Maltby is another. Kirk Maltby is another of those players. That is 2. You were missing 3 more. Kirk Maltby was also on that team, yes. We were also on all 4 of those teams. Kirk Maltby, along with Lidstrom, actually was on all of the teams that, as well as the 2 Stanley Cup final teams that lost. One of the three players you have not named, however, was not on the 95 Red Wing team that lost in the final. The other 2 were as well. Not that it matters, because that's not really the question. It's just kind of darling. But 3 that were on all 3 remaining that you have not named that were on all 4 of those cup-winning teams. Toronto keeping it in still. Holmstrom, yes. Tomas Holmstrom, yes. Tomas Holmstrom is another. He's the 3rd of the 5. Holmstrom is the only player in this list that did not play in the 95 Stanley Cup final. That was the one player I was looking for that did not play in the 95 Stanley Cup final, but he did play in 09, and he did play in all 4 of those Stanley Cup wins. Tomas Holmstrom. You are missing 2. I will let you know that if you get one of these, the second will not be hard to find. But Holmstrom, yes, it is Maltby, it is Lidstrom, it is Holmstrom, and you're missing 2 other players. Nashville moving it up. They'll try their rush now. Moving it ahead. Tried that back pass in front. They've tried these passes in front. Most of them have gotten blocked. They'll try to rush this one still. Nashville keeping it in. Looking for the play in front. They cannot break. And it deflects to the goalie, who will go down and get the ball to the relief of Toronto. And if they win, Toronto really feeling relief here and just move on to the second round. It's been a real test.
From tonight, next Tuesday, time to be confirmed. Is it Dallas hosting LAFC, or is it Dallas for the 17th year in a row going to Seattle in the playoffs? And the next Wednesday night, as we know for sure, the nicest rivalry in sports is resumed. This morning, Kansas City takes on Minnesota United. Eastern Conference semifinals Tuesday.
Kansas City, Minnesota will be next week. That'll be the playoff matchup. That'll be huge. Minnesota taking on the 1 seed. Minnesota, of course, my team. And Dallas will play the winner of the nightcap tonight between LAFC and Seattle. Nashville forces a turnover. They'll bring the ball up quickly, but then the Toronto defense gets back. Try to dump in play. I don't know if he would have been onside, but they would have definitely had a real chance to score. Because there was nobody left to go back to defend. Not sure about whether he played 95 or McCarty, even though he left for a couple of years. Yes, Darren McCarty was on all of those teams, including the 95 team. He was on all of those 4 teams. Yes, McCarty is the 4th. You are missing the 5th player. Darren McCarty was on all 4 of those teams. He was on the 09 as well as the 95 Cup team that lost in Florida and New Jersey. We're missing 1 player. It is astounding to me that this will be, when you guess this player, this is the last one that you remember. Pretty memorable guy. And this is the last final player that was on all of those teams. Yzerman, of course, not, because he did not play in our league.
In transition, they won the ball back in a great spot, and then just a good decision making. Something Gary Smith, when he hopped on the headset with us, was talking about in the final third.
Let me know if you want me to give you a scoring statistical hint about that player. Yes, Chris Draper. That is the player. That is the player. And I'll just give you the statistical anecdote now anyway. And the anecdote is he was the last player. He's the last player, till now in Detroit Red Wings history to score a Stanley Cup final goal on the road. That 2-1 win in Game 6 by the Penguins in 2009, the one goal that Detroit scored to cut the lead to 2-1 was a Chris Draper goal. It was the last goal scored on the road in the Stanley Cup final by a Red Wing, and it was by Draper, who was gotten by the Red Wings from Winnipeg for $1 and like a prospect. Those are the 5. Nicholas Lidstrom, Tomas Holmstrom, Kirk Maltby, Chris Draper, and Darren McCarty, and the 4 that played on every Stanley Cup final team for the Detroit Red Wings that did not that were after the original 6 era was Darren McCarty, Kirk Maltby, Chris Draper, and Nicholas Lidstrom. No Holmstrom because he didn't play in 95. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And it would either be him or Lidstrom that you would want to if you were to pick a guy like, all right, we want to go to Stanley Cup final every year, but fate has said this is the last year you're going to do it. You would have said either like Lidstrom or McCarty or Draper. I don't even think McCarty scored a goal that playoff year in 2009. Yeah, I think he had like 3 assists, but he didn't score a goal that entire playoff. He scored, I think, 1 goal or 2 goals in the 2008 run. I know he scored a big goal in Game 2 against Nashville in that game, in that series. Ever since 03, he wasn't himself. 02, he wasn't himself, but he still helped and he still won 4 Stanley Cups with the Red Wings. Draper really was, though. Draper still could score. Draper still scored a bunch of goals and had a bunch of points after McCarty was basically done. Chris Draper is so consistent. Kind of one of the reasons he's still involved with the Red Wings organization. In fact, fun fact, Chris Draper's son actually got drafted by Detroit this year in like round 5, I think. What a save! Toronto tried to head this one in. It was a big cross over Willis. And another save, and you're going to approach 70 minutes played here with no goals scored. Also, the Philadelphia game is going to start very soon. So we are not going to, have a double stream, but what's going to happen is once this game is over, I'm going to end the stream and create a new stream and then hop right into the Philadelphia game. We might miss some action of that game. Philadelphia, the highest scoring team in the league. So crossing this one in front and that off of a leg. Why don't I just keep it going? If you're trying to say, why don't I just – because the name is – you know what? Well, let me then edit the name of it, if I can, if it'll let me edit. Let me edit? Yeah, I will do one stream then. I just got to edit the name of this. I renamed it. This will be booted on top and then headed away by Toronto. They're playing this great defensive soccer right now. Since I'm on ESPN and that's what the game's going to be, I won't broadcast it, but if I do see a goal or a big save, I can do like a quick update. Be like, oh, there's a big goal scored in the Philadelphia game. I just won't be able to formally broadcast it till this one's over. I mean, I could. I know I have the possibility to. I know I have the skills to. This is on a computer, but I don't want to. Crossed in front, Nashville looking for the play and headed up in the air, headed still up in the air, looking at control, shoot, blocked. Kept by Nashville. Held to the side, looking to beat his man across. He crosses it. Oh, and he had a wide open net for the header on top. And Mukhtara missed it. Mukhtara, it was a beautiful play laid up for the tap-in goal. Right over the head, all Mukhtara needed to do was deflect it downwards, and that ball would have rolled into the empty net. But we saw it weeks ago when I streamed the United States and Wales. Right in front of the net, there was a guy behind him, but he just went for the complete the complete missed the net because he was wide open in front. He kind of got some shell shock there. Also, 20 minutes, they've delayed it to 20 minutes now will be kickoff between Philadelphia and New England. Philadelphia, as I have said, it has the best record in the entire league. Basically, the President's Trophy winners. That goes to the gloves of Willis. It seems to be the next goal will win this game. I don't think, unless, you get a 2-goal, 3-goal performance in, extras. If we were tied, we go to extras. As I said, it's not sudden death, so it would be the first 15 and then like a 2-minute break in the next 15. So you could see like 3-0 after that 30, but that way, I don't think it's going to be any other type of play like that. Toronto forces a turnover, and that might have been deflected. No, Pozuelo just booted this through. Pozuelo had a real chance. This was one of Toronto's better chances, and they were not able to cash in. So we are still tied at goose eggs here. Now, we had a similar situation happen on Sunday between Portland and Dallas, and that game obviously ended in a 2-1 penalty shot win by Dallas and an epic. But the first goal scored by Portland was scored with 82 left, and we haven't hit 82 yet. So there's possible to get some goals here. We get some goals right now. Nashville runs a really good break up across, looking for the cross in front, and could not get a real good clearance on it. Good leg. And drops it off. Now tried to loop this one in the net. And again, this was booted for a one-timer. Wide open, all alone, and right over the goal again. That was another chance. They should make it hockey overtime rules. That was another chance. You watch this play right here. That's a one-timer right in his wheelhouse where all you got to do is just control this ball and fire it, and it's 1-0 Nashville. Like, they've had several chances. I don't know, and I really don't know, Josh. And before, I don't know if you missed it, but they had a header right in front that he completely missed over the net as well. They got a little shell shock. There were some wide open chances. In fact, if the play is onside, if the other play was onside before, it's 3-0. Header in front. Oh my goodness! Mule is denied at the goal line. He missed it again. No, he missed it. I'm not sure if it was denied or from what my vantage point was, I think the goalie stoned him. Let's see. No, he missed this completely. That was a beautiful play. Nashville is really warming to the task here. And that was a great pass, and that's got to go on the back of the net. And not only that, as we said, though, 3 headers missed, 3 misses by Nashville against the second-best team in all of Major League Soccer. And they just haven't got it going. Nashville's got to just pray that Toronto doesn't get it going here because you can't miss these many shots. Here is another chance trying to get this one in front, deflected, headed away. Then goes for that corner, try to pass that one in front, blocked. Kept in still by Nashville. Tries to look for the pass back. They find the pass back to the side again. 76 minutes played. We've got 14 to go, and Toronto with good defense finally will try to force this one to center. They will. It's a good stretch pass. Here's Larea. Got it one across. A chance and a save by Ellis. Another save. And Josie Altidore is trying to deflect this ball in. And another big save by the Nashville goalkeeper who has kept his team in it. To this point, regardless of what happens, this will be probably the greatest game in franchise history for Nashville. And they've had a lot of great chances. Back to the side, and he gets it off a drop back again. Had to drop back. Now we'll hold it on long and sets it up. Still waiting. And it's cycled back to the circle. That is true, especially against a team that's good. But Toronto has just not got it going. And that was, I don't know if that was a shot or a pass to goal. It went wide. And so the goalie will now get the glove on it. You get later into this series, you get later into this game, what you're talking about here is maybe trying to set up different types of plays here to get grittier goals. Nashville goes for the chance and then turned it over. Toronto almost turned it over. Let's boot it away. Also, the college football coverage is over. They've got the MLS coverage up for the next game. It's pregame right now. They haven't started yet, the Philadelphia-New England game, but they're getting ready for the coverage there as this is kicked away. Remember, once this game is over, the New England-Philadelphia game is the one game you can't watch on TSN 1. It's on TSN 3, which you don't have, so you have to go to ESPN once this game is over. The second one, you could go back to TSN or stay on ESPN. Booted to center. Chopped from in the back again and kept on the corner. Tries to keep. And cleared off the line again. Offside. This header is angled up, and these offensive chances just have not come as the last minute, but now we'll get another chance as this is actually doesn't work too much. It's a blind pass, and now another Toronto throw-in. So it started out, this game started out the way we thought it would be, where each team just tried to size each other up and play defensive soccer, but as it's gone along, it's been a wide-open offensive rush, even though no goals. But this game has started to be back like how it started. But Toronto are now pressuring. The first goal will likely win. There's 10 minutes left. Here's a break for Nashville. No offside call. I have no idea what happened. I think the Nashville player thought there was an offside. There wasn't. He went to kick the ball, and it just went off his foot low. There was no offside call. He had a break. He had a chance to go in for goal, and awful lapse of judgment for Nashville. But still, Toronto is not making them pay. This is incredible. Substitution coming on for Toronto. Toronto sizing it up here. Nashville trying to get it out, and this is kicked out of bounds, but Toronto was pushing. So now Mullins will come in. And the big superstar, Jozy Altidore, will check out. So Toronto's going to get a little smaller. They're going to get a little grittier. As they show right now the statistics on the TV of the other game starting, still in the pregame show between New England and Philadelphia. New England, again, as I said, is a much more experienced team than Philadelphia. They have a lot more experienced players, but they're just not as talented. They had to win by a goal in their final game against Montreal to clinch a playoff spot, where Philadelphia is the highest scoring team in the league, the best team in the league. They had the second best record in the league last year, the best record in the Eastern Conference, and lost in the first round. They believe this might be their year. It's a franchise that hasn't had too much success, but their time is now. Well, we'll see. I could legitimately see a New England upset here. But the road through the Cup runs through Philadelphia. So we'll see how that goes in the next game. This is headed in front and then covered back by Nashville to go boot this to center. Goalie has to come all the way back. Nashville player stays at center. Goalie is still way out of his cage. Does not go back. Now finally will boot this. It's taken back by Nashville. But Toronto is really pressed here, and they have caused some turnovers and some issues. Nashville calling for a penalty, won't get one. How is Nashville not scoring? It should be like the Detroit-Colorado Game 7. Oh. That game was unbelievable. One of my favorite games. Holmstrom down low with the tip. My favorite goal of that whole game comes about, I think, 45 seconds after Holmstrom's goal. That Sergei Fedorov goal. Sergei Fedorov's last playoff goal against Patrick Roy. The Fedorov goal from the corner. Then Luke Robitaille. Then I think Dandino gets a goal. Or Devereaux with a tip by Holmstrom. Another tip by Holmstrom. Brett Hull after that. I forget who had there was another defenseman who scored a goal too in that game. I think Steve Duchesne, and then Pavel Datsyuk scored the last goal after they had kicked out Patrick Roy against David Abisher in the third period. But yeah, that's a good point, as this is kicked over the goal completely, over the Nashville goalie. So more frustration now coming on the side of Toronto, who have kind of warmed to the task a little bit. They've gotten a little better in this game. Thank you for the like. They've gotten a little better in this game, but still nothing doing. Controlled in front some more. 9 shutouts this season, the most by any MLS goaltender, and that was Dan Willis, who is the leader of that, the goaltender here for Nashville. He's pitching a shutout right now. The only problem is his offense can't score. Toronto is garbage. Well, right now they are not playing well, but their soccer team is defending Eastern Conference champs for a reason. Second highest scoring team in the MLS. Second best Eastern Conference team in the MLS. Also, if you like soccer, stick around, because once this game is over, I will be broadcasting the Philadelphia-New England game, and I'll also be broadcasting the LAFC Seattle game, the defending champs for show. Nashville on a break. Goalie went out and made a big play to get the ball away. Nashville now presses. Goes to center. And then it's back at the Toronto defenders. Four minutes left in regulation. No score here. But it has been a very entertaining first game. Also, I didn't know this, that not only does Philadelphia score a lot of goals, they get a lot of points, but their goalie won the trophy, goalie of the year. He's basically if you want to do hockey references, he's the Vezina Trophy winner. Philadelphia's goalie. They're the best team, and they stop a lot of balls. They score a lot of goals. They do all these things, so they are right now set for a championship run. But do they have the experience to do it, and can they hold off a pesky New England team that has been having to win the last few weeks, where Philadelphia has not? Philadelphia clinched a playoff spot, I want to say, about 3-4 weeks ago. New England clinched a playoff spot on Friday. So we'll see how this goes. Toronto moving in. We got 5 minutes until the start kickoff between New England and Philadelphia in this triple header. We're in the first game still. Toronto keeping it in. There's a shot. Saved by Willis. Low to the ground. And Nashville takes the stretch pass and booted off of his leg. The defender made a good play. Goalie will try to kick this back to the corner. A slide-in pass. Close roller to the goalie as well, who will skip this through. We're 2 minutes away from stoppage time. I don't know if these players are kind of thinking, well, yeah, we're probably just going to go to extra time, basically overtime, or if they want to go get what acts as the overtime goal here, which would basically just end the season of the other team. Toss throw in. Yeah, the 250-minute halves is what I had said. Now, Toronto's going to go for one last rush. It's blocked away back to center. Kept in front. Nashville has to make sure to not turn the ball over here because that would be deadly for them. We've got a lot of veterans back out here for Toronto. Here's that stretch side. Also should be known Altidore won't play in – he could play in the penalty kicks, but he's not going to play in the extra times. This headed along – high, deflected out of play by the goalie. He had to go up and hit it out. Nashville is saying that was a deflection. No. Is the call being that this ball was not deflected? It goes up and hits the crossbar and then goes up at the top. But from my vantage point, it looked off the head that was hit by the goalie. And no, I don't believe it was. But Nashville will get the ball right back in the final 20 seconds of regulation before we see what stoppage time entails. A foot race, kicked away, header. This bounced up in the air, and it will be out, and it'll be a Nashville corner. There will be 2 minutes of stoppage time, which isn't much. But Nashville has a corner right here, which would be a scoring chance right like that. And if they score here, it would pretty much essentially end the season for Toronto. There's no way they would come back with 90 seconds left. Booted around. Blocked and deflected. Nashville trying to keep it in. This one headed around. Looking for a chance. A shot. A save. Another save. Oh, buried by the goalie. And that was a Nashville win. That was a Nashville win right there. That was stoned by the Toronto goalie. Nashville still pressuring. Toronto will now try their rush. You're saying thanks. I don't know what I did, but okay. Whatever. There's a drive blocked. Nashville try to take it out here. It's kept in by Toronto. This one will find its way to Willis in the final 35 seconds of regulation. This will be deflected off of a head. Toronto. Last 15 seconds to go. Has to set up something. Passes. It's blocked out. Toronto keeps it in. 5 seconds left in regulation for the winning goal here. If they can tee it up. Goes in for a header. This one deflected out, and it will go to the line. Nashville will just hold on, wait for the whistle. It goes. We're going to extra time. Tied at no score between Nashville in their first ever season in the greatest game of their franchise and the defending Eastern Conference champions, Toronto Football Club. So we'll go to a 15-minute first side of the extra and then another 15-minute extra, and we'll see where we are at right at that. And it's funny that happens when it does, because right now they're gearing up for the whistle. We're waiting, and it is underway. The second game is underway. New England wins the kickoff, and New England and Philadelphia will do battle. I will not broadcast that game until this game is done, but then that will be the game. Then the game after that will be LA and the defending champions, LAFC. Also, former Lakers forward Pelicans forward Brandon Ingram just agreed to a huge extension. Overtime and not sudden death, which it should be, but it's not. Also, Atlanta got to deal with Charlie Morton, their pitcher, a one-year extension. I know my Mets have been searching for a lot of quality free agents.
Safety. We're making sure that somebody's getting their very important items to make you very happy.
The firm's doing it to be release leader. You want to leave that open end?
Stay restless. RX, crafted by Lexus. Experience amazing with your Lexus dealer.
All right, they are still at commercial, waiting for extra time to start. Also, big extension for Bam Adebayo and Miami for basketball. All right, ready for extra time. No goals have been scored in this game. We'll get the first 15 minutes of extra time. There will be 30 definitely, but they'll get the first 15. See who will score this first goal. If you hear other noises, I apologize for the guitar that one of my dorm neighbors must be playing that I literally just heard. But I don't think you can hear it. Thank you for the second like, whoever gave me the second like. And the third like as well. Yeah, I know you gave one. I know you gave the first one, but I saw two others. All right, we have not started yet, but Willis. Willis gets ready here in goal. Toronto making sure they know exactly how they want to play this. All right. Kickoff, and it's going to start with Nashville. The second half of the extra time will start with Toronto at the middle. Nashville brings it across, and just as they had, Toronto went for a turnover. Pozuelo to force one, and he commits a foul. So Nashville will get a free kick just like that early on in extra time. This is kicked in front and booted to the side. I just an alert. Philadelphia nearly went up 1-0. It was a beautiful pass, and the guy in front in the middle of the field had a wide open net and airmailed it. So it's still no score early in that game. Nashville trying to keep control. They will. Toronto having several chances to get the ball back, and none of them were confirmed as they go for a header here. This deflects and kicked out. Great defensive play by Toronto. This will fall down. Now, Toronto will take this one away. We're about 90 seconds into extra time, and another foul. This one comes against Nashville. It says, yeah, I see that as well. Oh, no, extra time. Extra time is what that means. Extra time. That's what I thought as well. Extra time is what ET means. Just if you came in and just if you were like on another game and you watched this and went, is this stoppage or what's happening? Like if you missed it, that's kind of like when you watch a hockey playoff game or any hockey game and there's the OT for overtime, the ET is extra time. Well, soccer is a strange sport. You have to remember it's an older sport and it started in Europe. So things that are said in Europe, like, it would seem weird. You have to understand some of the culture. That's why I have the ties and all these other things. Kick to center. They play catch. It's continued the same type of activity. And then that booted out as well. Kept by Toronto. They're looking for the 1-0 lead. They still cannot get it out. Wheeled on away. And now a foul coming up against, Western Europe. Well, Russia's not really a soccer country. I mean, you guys got good soccer teams, but it's not really that's not really one of the top sports. I'm talking Germany, England, France, Western Europe. I'm specifically talking about one country in specific, and that's England. This is blocked. Right. We don't have to have an argument about it. I mean, that's fine, though. I mean, I call it overtime, obviously, when it's on another sport, from New Jersey, Josh, you're from Vancouver, but it's all about culture. But frankly, it's basically the same thing. This will be skipped into the middle and held to the back. There's a great pass. Toronto brings this up. Good touch pass. Went for the cross in front. Oh, and he had a man breaking with the goalie. He had the goalie off. For some reason, the goalie bit on the play. It was a stretch pass to the side. All he needed was a wide open man. It would have been a tap in, and it would have been 1-0 Toronto. The goalie bit on the pass. It was a pass to a shot. Just too much juice on it. And he would have had a goal. He would have had a goal. But we stay, no score. No matter what happens, as I've said, the longer this game goes on, the more prolific it is for Nashville and nothing really to hang their heads on. A playoff victory would be huge, but still. That was a ball that went off of the leg a little wrong. As it goes over to center. Nashville bring it up. Pressured by Toronto. Sidestep through. Yeah, they begin to look on the game. If you're seeing the game, they show the update with Philadelphia and New England. I have that update for you as well. Ever since that big chance that both teams have gone up and down the field, but no real big-time scoring chances for either team. No huge opportunities just yet since that play with about 2:50. There is a foul on New England right now. Oh, New England and Philadelphia players are actually both yapping at each other right now. Buxa for New England is really getting it at it with Sanchez, but that's about it in that game. Yeah. Oh, I got to get my charger on my computer. Hold on 1 second. As they continue to play this along, and it is still kept back there. And Nashville looking for the pass if they can get it. Former Red Bull, Dax McCarty. Back there and then goes to center. Toronto dumps this one across. Nashville will deflect it back from the line. Toronto back to center. They try to move it across again. Has to go back. They control the wings here. Tap to the line. And a controlling play. And here's a break. A breakaway for Nashville. There's no offside. Getting back defensively. This will score. Offside again. A late offside call. A late offside call again. They had a breakaway. The defender got back. And he looped it over the goalie's head, which would have made it 1-0. And also, New England nearly made it 1-0 off of a tap play. But here is the play. Here's the breakaway where he flips this ball into the net to make it 1-0. And I was looking for the offside call. There was none until after the celebration, and then the late offside flag came. This has been unlucky. They've missed the net 3 times. They had a chance in front where it was deflected. And they've had 2 goals that would have probably given them the win. 2 big goals now that have been wiped off of the board due to late offsides. This is incredible. We're still tied at no score. Toronto will move it up. Can they burn them here? They may be able to. Corner across, deflected out. It's the second, in a similar situation, the second time it was taken off on the same team. And if you want to say that the refs are fixing it against Nashville, well, Toronto just cannot come and deliver the jugular. Gallagher is coming on for Toronto, as Platty will take a seat. Four minutes until the first break and the end of the first period of extra time. We're tied at 0. It was 1-0 Nashville, but another goal taken off because of a very late offsides. Again, that was a weird one. The offsides with soccer it's not the blue line. It's when you shoot the ball to the white line, you see the other white line. When the ball goes past the defense towards the other white line, there can't be. There must be a defender before that at the area before the ball crosses. Like, you can't just throw the ball and then the defender is behind. Like, there must be a defender back when the pass is thrown. That's the blue line. It's the white line and a defender. It's more about the defensive player than it is the actual line, like it is in hockey. Yeah, although I will tell you, if you look back at that play, I don't think that was an offside because I looked and I thought it might have been, but then, he had the breakaway and the defender got back. That allows a fair game. Yeah, that's right. That's the objective. I mean, if you're a soccer fan, you've seen so many weird offside calls. I will give the National Hockey League a kudos, a bit of a consistency on, they have problems, but they have. I'll give them kudos in the form of the fact that they have gotten more consistency in their offsides. Their offsides calls have kind of been a little more consistent. I mean, there's always inconsistencies, but you kind of understand it. I understand what offsides is in soccer, but it's really inconsistent. And I get that there's so many professional leagues all over the world, but it's so inconsistent. The rule makes sense, but just consistently go there because, if the defender is chased and then the defender gets back and you don't call an offside, but you call it right after the goal scored, like, oh, I changed my mind. Come on. Can't do that. Played in front. Nashville. Still moving it back. I bet you, though, their team feels like their coach, manager feels probably like they've gotten robbed. At the side, looking for a pass. We'll find the pass. Going back, looking for an opening. Had some sort of one. Now we'll corner this one across, and it'll be headed back. Take it and kick this one. A drive. That was gloved down by the Toronto goalie as well. That's a goal. The first one you think is the first one the one that I was talking about was a goal? Yeah, I thought so. I thought the play was onside. I mean, if it looks like it's a potential offside, but then the defender gets back and he's clearly with him the whole way, and you still don't call the offside flag, but then you throw it after the goal is scored, it kind of seems like cheap. Yeah, it might go to penalties. I mean, we saw that on Sunday with Portland and Dallas. I mean, this game has been going on longer than the New England game. The New England-Philadelphia game has almost played 20. That's how long this game has gone. If we go to penalty, yeah. Right now, another substitution. We'll see how much added time they give to extra time because we're right now at 105. They will also do that, Josh. They will give added time to extra time, which is kind of stupid. Washington checks on for Nashville. No, they don't go to added time. So after the first leg of extra time, we're still tied at no score. We could definitely go to penalty shots. I absolutely be that. We'll have another 15 minutes of extra time coming up. And then if no one scores there or if we're still tied there, we will have penalty kicks for the right to move on to the second round of the playoffs. The goalkeeping, though, by Nashville and by Toronto has been so good in this game. Oh, another chance by New England to make it 1-0. And he missed the net. New England's been the better team in this game, as I kind of thought they might have a little bit more jump. They've already been playing playoff soccer, where Philadelphia, I told you, they're the President's Trophy winners. They're the best record. They haven't really had to work as much as New England has. I thought New England would be kind of ready. I can't stop using hockey terminology. I like to use hockey terminology in soccer, but yeah. I've always liked soccer and that sport as well. My main sport too, JCOT Global, is hockey as well, then American football, then soccer. The two sports, even though I play one of them, basketball, the NBA and the MLB have always been hard for me to really get into and understand. That's my version of it. But soccer's always been really exciting for me, especially going to soccer games, going to big soccer games. I also go to a college that's got a bit similar. It's Nashville. Keep it off the wings again, and then back to center. Then back. Still. It's going to motor this one along. And it got deflected out. This will be booted down to center. And then a simple wing pass. We take him past center and drop back. Essentially, well, yeah, it is a drop pass. That was not picked up. Simple pass back in behind. Toronto will move it. There's a shot, and that one fired over the net into the seats. Willis didn't even have to go to that one. Next, we'll have Philadelphia and New England, and after that, Los Angeles and Seattle, the defending champs. Willis will get out of there with a goal kick. Nashville tries to boot that one out and tries to take their chance. They will have a chance. They'll try to stretch past this. No way that this could be offside. It definitely isn't. They move on. There's a shot. A stoppable ball. Has to just kick it in. They score. They score. And this one will count. What a goal for Nashville. And the first goal of the game goes to the expansion team that has never played a playoff game in their history. They were denied 2. One in regulation, one in the first period of extra time. The second period, a stoppable shot goes through the goalie, and the second attempt shipped the rebound home to make it 1-0. And, you know, he just shot this ball, had to get through a few, just had to find its way. Goalie made a good save, but it was going backwards and didn't even want to let it just sit there. Just chopped it right into the goal. It was rolling in, but he whipped it in anyway to score the first goal in Nashville playoff history. Daniel Rios' first ever playoff goal and the first playoff goal in Nashville Soccer Club history. And now they are 12 wins away from a playoff victory against the defending Eastern Conference champion, Toronto FC. One of the largest upsets in MLS history if they can get there. Nice, Miami. Awesome. Kind of funny, too, for Miami, and it's funny watching Nashville because they just beat the Miami club on Friday to advance to the playoffs. I'm from North Jersey, actually. I'm from New Jersey. I'm a Red Bulls fan, so that was a bit disappointing that lost to Columbus, but I know Columbus is a really good team. Nashville going for 2. No, it'll be kicked back to the keeper from Jefferson Township, New Jersey. They score. New England scores while we were talking. 1-0 New England. And so the Cardiac Kids, the 8th seed in the East, is showing up. The 7th seed in the East is about 10 minutes away from winning the series. In the first half, the 8th seed from the East scores off of a header on a free kick against the best team in all of soccer. Philadelphia lets up a bad goal off of a header, and New England goes up 1-0. Oh, wow. Yeah, both New York teams are out, but I don't care that NYCFC is out. Orlando beat them. Yeah, if you're wondering, the whole thing is Josh doesn't like Boston sports specifically because he hates the Bruins because he's a Canucks fan. Like I like the Canucks, and so any New England team winning is not a team he would like. And it's Adam Buksa, who I would venture has been the best player on the pitch, and he gets the goal to make it 1-0 New England in that game, which we'll go to immediately once this game is done. Yeah, Orlando, but that was a tough one. That Orlando had that one game against NYCFC, New York City Football Club. But as I say, Sam Leaf, you must be enjoying this. Nashville, like, were they even going to make the playoffs? They make the playoffs, and they right now have the second best team in the league on the ropes. Team that a lot of people thought were going to go and win the championship. I know the reason. Wait, is that Brad Marchand or is that 2011? This will roll all the way to the Toronto keeper. Yeah. Brad Marchand, if anyone's wondering. Nine minutes remaining in the second period of the extra time. Toronto must score their first goal of the playoffs in order to equalize it. And Nashville will clear, and then they'll go for the break, but the goalie went out. I thought, they're going to have a breakaway to make it 2-0, which would have really clinched this game. Frizo will pitch this one over to Washington. Nashville moves it up again. Falling down, good defensive play by Toronto, and now they've got a Nashville player down who has to slowly get back up. Toronto continuing to move the ball as this goes along. That's deflected away. And now Nashville will move it across still. As this is headed through and right to the goal. They score again, New England again. 2-0 Revolution against basically the President's Trophy winners. Another header goal. New England is up 2-0 against Philadelphia, and Philadelphia has the best goaltender in the league, best goalkeeper in the league, and New England has just surmounted 2 goals in the first half against the best team in the MLS. 2-0 New England. We'll get to that game soon enough. Nashville will clear this ball out. Well, I told you, I thought they would do something. They've got a lot more experience than Philadelphia. They've had to win almost every game. They had to win their final game to get into the playoffs. Philadelphia didn't have to win that many to even get to that point. New England really showing that they could do some damage. Here's a header on high that deflected off. That was a chance for Toronto to tie this game. 6 minutes remaining in extra time. Toronto looking for the equalizer. Does not kick it. And almost deflected and blocked the other way by Nashville, but Toronto keeping it in. going to basically the windows of the field. Going low to try to block and deflect passes. Looking there, up to make the save is Willis. Another save by him, and they just can't get anything past him. Nashville hunting what would be a huge win here. Well, that doesn't say enough about how big this win would be. Cycled in front. Here's Toronto with their chance. Trying to centering pass and blocked back out of play by Nashville. What a block. As Toronto went for the pass. That would have stifled them. Throw in. Toronto keeping it. Still trying to center it. Deflected. Here's a chance, and it'll go to the goal. Willis will wait, and he'll grab the ball, so now all the Toronto players have to fall back. This will go into Toronto territory off the kick. Nashville keeping to play it back there. Blocked off. Toronto still trying to get this ball out. A substitution coming up for Nashville. Soon when they will get it. Toronto trying to get out of the end. They pressure it away. 3 minutes left in extra time. We'll see if there's any stoppage after extra time. There might be. A sliding pass close to center, and this will be a throw-in for Toronto. They need a goal quickly to tie this game. Here comes the Nashville substitution. How big has this game gotten? For Nashville, it's so close they can almost taste it. For Toronto, please, not in our building. Trying to cross this one in front that cannot be taken away. Now it will be taken away. Flung all the way down by the goalie who gets it over to center. Less than 2 minutes left. There are no goalie pulls in soccer because, you know, it would be like 11 versus 10. And 10 is still a lot of players. But the goalie can come out and basically pull him out. He can come out on a penalty shot, a kick to help. Like a corner to help. He can come out whenever he wants, unlike the goalie can come from goal to goal and try to score if he wants to. If he makes a mistake and then they let up a goal, that's his fault. But he can come out if he wants to. You don't have the rule where you can't cross center like in hockey. That's deflected again. Shot in deep. Toronto needs something. They need to channel Dallas from a few days ago. A penalty coming up, and I think it might be against Toronto, which would really put the nail in the coffin. 40 seconds remain. Nashville 1, Toronto nothing. Also a yellow card coming up against Przybajko of Philadelphia. So Philadelphia right now is just unraveling in this game that we will get to soon. Kicked and booted away. Nashville will throw this out to center. 10 seconds left in extra time. One last chance for Toronto. Do they go for something here? Yeah, but the goalie's not going to go all across the other side of the ice. One corner for something here. A chance. One last goal. No. Can't get the rebound. Loose. Has a chance at open net. It's blocked. It's deflected. Can Toronto get another shot blocked? One last chance. They have not called the whistle yet. Another shot blocked. This will go down off of McCarty. And that blocked. Another deflection. Nashville trying to get it away. Toronto still keeping it. They have not called the whistle yet. Another pass. Held in front. This is unbelievable. Still kept there from the corners. They have not yet. They're giving 1 minute of extra time, of added time to extra time. Corner to the goalie. The goalie makes the save after all of those blocks, a la 2013 Eastern Conference Final Penguins Bruins, when everything was blocked. The goalie will hold on and will wait. It will be a goal kick to center. The 3 whistles go. There is going to be a new representative of the Eastern Conference, Nashville, in their first ever game, win a dynamic game, 1-0 over Toronto. They upset the upset of a year in the MLS. Nashville takes down Toronto. They will go on to the second round of the playoff, joining Columbus and Orlando. Toronto is going home. What a win by Nashville. 1-0 in extra time. A stunner. All right. Josh, if you're still there, put on ESPN right now. You can turn off TSN and put on ESPN for Philadelphia and New England. Uh, 2-0 New England, the 8th seed. They had to win the last game to get here. The best team in all of Major League Soccer is really struggling. Also, I just realized something. If you hear the word Supporter Shield in this game, the Supporter Shield is the President's Trophy. They're the same award, just different names. So the Supporter Shield Trophy winners, that's Philadelphia, and New England is right now has them on the ropes. So right now, Josh, just have on this game as New England will, Philadelphia will bring it on. They are down 2-0. They need to get in within 1 definitely before this first half concludes. This is the second to last game in this triple header. We are going to have another game after this as well, also on ESPN. Although you can go back to TSN if you want at that point, Josh, because that is going to be offside against the Philadelphia Union, but that is going to be LAFC versus Seattle. What a strange Eastern Conference playoff it is. How about the fact that if New England holds on to win today, the road to the Cup final through the East now with that huge Nashville win is going to go through the Columbus Crew. And a big hit on the side. Philadelphia, New England players. There's pushing and shoving now. Polster is pushing and shoving Martinez. Wagner's getting at it. Now Farrell. There is some hatred, no love lost between Philadelphia and New England. And you can see the frustration because the Union cannot score. And there was a player, Martinez, went down, or is it just a big hit by Buchanan on Montero, and when Montero went down, Foster took example to it because Martinez was pushing him, trying to defend his teammate, and that really, I'm not sure if you give me a copy, but so right now, yeah, we're broadcasting New England and Philadelphia, and New England is up 2-0 in the 41st minute. So close to the first half. They will kick this back in their end. And a good slow roller. That was a hockey hit. That was a good hit by Buchanan, but in soccer, you can't just go and hip check. Just come in with your hip and hip check. And now another tackle. This one's against Boo, New England, who falls down, and a few players come to his aid. You really are just seeing some brutal soccer. Like, and a turnover by New England, but then they get it back and kick it to the line. The play has gotten sloppier as the blood has started to boil. Back to center. And corner play again. Philadelphia trying to cut this lead in half, and another offside call against the Union. Philadelphia has just broadcasters making some good points. There's been lousy passes. They've just stopped running at points. Philadelphia has just, like Toronto, they didn't play particularly well, but they had their moments, and they were not on their top game, but they did compete the whole way through. Philadelphia is just unraveling in this game. And New England is just putting on the gas pedal. They're just going. But the speed and the power of Philadelphia, the talent can take you some places. And maybe if they can get their talent going here, it might take some other areas. As that is blocked out, and it was a centering pass to the goal by Freshliko, who will now take the corner. So moving in front, cornerback, and headed back by New England. They try to clear it all the way out. It's kept in by Philadelphia. Header to the backside. Then he'll cross this one in front, taken away by another New England player, trying to get it out. Now they will definitely have a chance to. This is cleared away to center. Kept along and booted backwards. It went past the line, and a New England player goes down who wants a call. And there's a penalty against New England. Philadelphia will bring this one across. Still controlling. They trap him. And then intercepted. Simple pass. That was controlled some more. McKenzie off of the defender there. Lost the ball. Philly controls with a simple pass just like that. 1 minute added to halftime, and don't think really either of these teams want to play too much anymore. Just want to get right back to the half.
Ready to say to his troops out there, first of all, calm down. Calm down. Let's play. Let's play, baby. We know how to do this. Let's play. Well, they have it all to do. The Supporters Shield winners trailing the Revolution.
2-0 at the end of the half, the end of the first half, and New England is up 2-0. The first goal, the go-ahead goal by Buxa to make it 1-0. The 8 seed has the Supporters Shield best record in all of soccer on the ropes. 2-0 at the end of the first half for New England. So, just pretty much halftime right now. Not too much to really talk about. Just give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Yeah, not too much really to talk about or really do right now. But give me 1 second. I was looking for something to eat. I found it. All right. But not too much to really go through here. Obviously, it's halftime. There's no games going on right now because the next game starts after this one is over. But not really too much to.
Welcome everyone to the Oculus halftime report here in Chester. It's the New England Revolution stunning the Supporters Shield winners. Philadelphia Union leading by 2 goals.
Yeah. Right now, just waiting for see what happens this halftime, and not too much else to say here. They show the highlights in Nashville, but don't really talk about it. Guys all watched it with me.
100% lucky. Come on now. That's a kick out. It should have been a red card somehow. Was not. Decisive moment though, coming in extra time. Mukhtar shot knocked down, but Daniel Rios with the easy tap in. The one from Mukhtar, it's a save from Wexler, and this, Adrian, is Montana range. I knew it. One last chance for Toronto, playing at Rexler Field in East Hampton. They're home away from home. It's such a grind to them. That was the last hurrah. Massive scramble. It's wouldn't go in.
They show that just unbelievable win. for win for the Nashville soccer team.
So, what does that all mean in terms of the Eastern Conference ranking? Well, one semi-final is second. There'll be a lot of yellow in Columbus. It's going to be the Columbus Crew and Nashville, 3 against 7 in terms of the seed. Orlando City, the other semi-final, will take the winner tonight. So that defeat for Toronto means, well, it means a couple of things. It means no Toronto-Seattle final, for sure. But it also opens up a path through to the finals. Well, and if you're the Columbus Crew, you're sitting at home going, hey, we get to play home again. It is a different.
It's Columbus, actually. I didn't realize. It's Columbus that's going to play Nashville, and that means that New England Philadelphia series is going to be up against the winner of will be against Orlando. We'll play the winner of this game, and Orlando would be home if Orlando will be home if New England holds this lead. Dallas is waiting on the last game. That'll be Seattle, defending champions of the MLS, against LAFC.
Halftime report. The Oculus halftime report is presented by Oculus from Facebook.
So we're still waiting for. I'm sorry, everyone like not talking, and it's like nothing to talk about. But we're still at halftime. This game is not resumed. Oh, all right.
You raised our kids on it, so stop the bickering. Go on. Knock it off. Try the new Subway local chicken or barbecue chicken.
This is the new iPhone 12 Pro with 5G, and it's on AT&T, the fastest nationwide 5G network.
Now new and existing customers can get our best deal.
Really? Mom, AT&T has a deal for new and existing customers.
So we'll wait for more.
Very excited on his lap.
Word of mouth advertising. It's what they did before commercials.
It's not complicated. Everyone gets our best deal, like the amazing iPhone 12 mini on us.
Give me a second. I have some late dinner I was eating, and I just realized it was very cold, so I gotta heat it up.
The flexibility to shop whenever and wherever you want. Pick up, design, keeping spirits up. The ease of having the holiday cheer we all need this year delivered. Holiday shopping improved with the home.
I was wondering where these were. Oh, all right. Ready for this second half between not Nashville, New England and Philadelphia.
This copy copyrighted broadcast of Major League Soccer may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Major League Soccer.
Welcome back, everyone. Our soccer report is presented by Oculus here.
All right, we are back for second half. We're ready to start. For the second half, New England leads the Memorial Cup winners. Actually, it hasn't started yet. They're still waiting, but they lead the Memorial Cup winners I forget what the name is, but 2-0. It's 2-0 New England over Union.
That has to be a must that Bob Bradley was. I can care less who's available and who's not, because look at the way LAFC went about 2019. They exercised their demons against Zlatan Ibrahimovic and the LA Galaxy.
This is the final game
But this is easily the best performance
of the first round of the Eastern Conference. The Eastern Conference quarterfinals. Okay, you're back. I'm back, and the second half is coming soon. I just heated up some food that was in the fridge that I didn't know was in the fridge. Second half has not started yet, so you're not missing anything.
You just need to get Nicholas Godot, Dortmund's going in transition, and ask some real questions about LA. Well, that's Oscar's executioner of LAFC, Nico Ladero, and of course Jordan Morris back to hat-trick in the corresponding game last season in the playoffs against Dallas. We'll be with you after events have concluded. Thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Looking forward to it very much indeed. So much to look forward to in the second half as well. And the Union responds. The Oculus halftime report is presented by Oculus from Facebook. Play for real.
Yes, it is. It is 2-0 New England. If you're wondering like where they play, I've actually been by where they play too. The New England Revolution actually played in the exact same stadium. They play in Gillette where the Patriots play. They use the same field. They just put on soccer goals and stuff. They're not in New England now. They're in suburb Philadelphia where the Union plays. In fact, they won't be in New England. They might be in New England a few times, maybe like a home and home, but they're not. You're not really going to see them there. They're 8th seed. But. Crosby, no question. That's not a question. It's Crosby. I don't mind Marchand that much. It's Crosby, no question.
The best way to get your large three-topping $10 taste maker is also the easiest. With contactless curbside pickup, let us know when you're here without ever leaving the safety of your car. No, how pieces the hut.
ESPN presents an ACC is back day. When the underdogs spoil the playoff dreams of the undefeated.
Waiting for this second half to start. Hasn't started yet, but soon. Just hold on 1 second. I just got to type something up. Sorry about that.
Welcome back, everyone. The Audi 2020 MLS Cup playoffs here on ESPN. Subaru Fields.
All right, now it will start.
Coming to life in that first half. After an uncomfortable 2 weeks of sitting and waiting. He was not used to playing his favorites. They're not used to playing from behind either. They have to do that in this second half.
By the way, where should the NFL expand if they do? I know this sounds weird, but I really think expanding in Canada, specifically Toronto, would be nice. Bringing it up on the side. Here come New England. Revolution looking up for that 3-0 goal. Having a chance in front. They're going to cross it. Big save. And then it'll toss to the corner. Union will Philadelphia Union will tap it back, and now they move up with numbers to the right side, going past two, going past another, having some room, passing it in front, and then cleared all the way down. And this is a pass trying to win the race. Can he win the race? New England player, no. Will go right to the goal. So back and forth we go. Still 2-0 as Philadelphia will control the center. Cleared by the line. And still there. And then another just low kick by the line as well. And that one is a penalty coming up against Philadelphia because Carles Jr. is still on the field laboring down after he got shelved by a Philadelphia player. Absolutely corralled. That was whipped down. Definitely a penalty. Should be coming up against the Philadelphia Union, but no. Oh, yeah. Game 7 in the first period, 2010. And they were down 3-0 in the series. They were down 3-0 in the game. They win and advance to the Eastern Conference Final playing Montreal, which of all teams was the team that New England beat to get to this point. This headed to the side again and goes over to the goalie. He'll kick this one high, and it will bounce down. Still trying to get out of there. Cannot. Now moved it. Here's Philadelphia with numbers. They've got a 3-on-2. Went for the cross. And went for the cross. Then it was blocked back and headed down again. Looking for the corner, doesn't go there. And now crossing it in front. Can Philadelphia get there? Tap back again on the right side. Holding. They try to kick this one up, and it bounced down. Taken by New England. Still trying to get out of their own zone. And they finally will break to center. And now New England with speed. Now they've got a 3-on-1. Philadelphia gets back. Delaying the pass, then getting it across from the side and trying to put it back for an opening. Now does. Philadelphia pinches. New England looking for the jugular. Cannot find an opening. Passed it back. Waiting. Still. Passed it back again. Waiting. Trying to get through 3. And then a nice defensive play by Philadelphia, but New England keeps it in again. Holding at a drive, blocked. That might have went off a hand. New England keeps in. They say it did not. Tapped it back again. Fakes the drive. Tries to get in. Goes in close. Fights past another player. And New England keeping the ball in. And then he turned it over. Philadelphia finally gets it out. But they cannot get it to center. Now they will dive it all the way back to center, but New England chases it back again.
He was already stumbling. Once he took that touch around the defender. The defender is tracking back, desperately trying to get across. Feel that contact.
And right back to the goalie as well.
Yes. And he would have had a penalty. Debut season in MLS, the final statistics. Not fully reiterating what he's brought to the side.
Went off to center and then cross back. Still trying to find an opening. Going down, Philadelphia player. New England will gap this one back out. A good header through. And now New England will break the center again with speed. They've really outrun these Philadelphia offensive players. Looking for a cross. Fakes it. Goes in deep there. They're up by 2. And now backs it through again. Over to center. Chipped from the corner. Trying to beat him. Pass in front. Shot. Great block. But Philadelphia keeps it in. New England keeps it in. Fakes it. Then we'll loop it high. What a save! A beautiful save to keep it at 2-0. And now Philadelphia will retain the ball. I went from about to smash the TV to laughing like crazy. Wow. Goes to the goal now, still 2-0. There's the play that just was, it was a tip of the glove. A tip of the glove and then the crossbar. Just off the finger.
So much of this campaign is back at the perfect time, it appears. You scoring Friday night against Montreal. We go back to the meeting that the Philadelphia Union Revolution have had throughout the course of the season. Those 5 matches, Carlos Hill only played one of those, and he was still coming back from injury. He makes the New England team a lot better in attack, with a lot more.
Philadelphia moving it across. And then it got blocked back again and then sent for a Philadelphia throw-in in the New England end. Oh, no, they choked, something like that. That Simon Gagne goal, that was a great one. Philadelphia back pass, beautiful back pass. Pass in front, and that is deflected away. A simple pass. They need 2. Trying to shoot one, and that got blocked by New England. They send it the length. Philadelphia is calling for a hand pass against New England. They will not, a handball, they will not get that. Game 7, the Game 7 Eastern Conference Semis 2010 against the Flyers and the Boston.
Glad he got through that challenge. Silvino had gotten behind him for the last 5 minutes or so. All we've heard from Bruce Arena from the one zone to get his footing and get a challenge.
Now New England is going to have a penalty go against the Union, which is good for them. And you sense the frustration. They're not keeping with it. They're just very frustrated that they're not getting these goals. They have to continue to just keep on doing what they're doing, and they'll eventually score. Just this team is not doing that.
Basement, they need the playoffs to go out of the first attempt. And Atlanta, one long playoff game, 6 years exactly.
This is in front. Philadelphia still trying to retain the ball. They finally will. Holding it. The pass to the corner. Looking for the potential corner if they want to get that cross. If they want to get there. That shot deflected. Now they try for the pass. That's blocked. New England will throw this to center. If he can win the race, Philadelphia does a nice pass to the goalie, but at the 55th minute, and it's still 2-0 Revolution. Simple pass to the goal. We've got it should be around. We're about 32 minutes away from kickoff from the other game in Seattle. If Josh, if you want to go and absolutely, Josh, if you want to go, Game 7, I think. Yeah, game 7. That was the one where Sam Gagne was off the penalty, where there was the too many men penalty. No, I was joking. The next game's in Seattle. Josh, if you want to go drive. I'm completely joking. Yeah. But it was the same thing in Game 7 of 2010. It was too many men. As Philadelphia holding it. Still tipped off of his toe. Screamer trying to get players open. That easy tap pass. They close in defensively. And that was a good defensive clearance by New England. Tries to get to center. No, cannot. Headed back by Philadelphia. Can they keep in? They will keep in. They will try it on rush. Controlling. Holding it. Waiting. They need one. New England getting back in deep to try to defend the pass, which they've been very good at in this game. Here they cross it in front. That's headed away, and New England will force this to center. And see, all the defenders got back. That would have been a break, but good defensive play by the Philadelphia backs. I think it was on Lucic. I forgot who it was against. Milan Lucic, Vancouver native as well. Just interesting. New England will try to move this. They will. Oh, look at the speed. Look at the rush they've got on the wing. Looks for an open pass. Holding it. Does not shoot. Waits for the pass from the wing. Gets it back. Defended well by Philadelphia. Philadelphia's got to force them backwards. That will really cause pressure. Great line pass. And a Union with a good play defensively. Still working it out around. Will get this one headed back by New England. Instead of letting it fall out, he headed it. And now a penalty coming up against the Revolution. So Montero with a good play there. And the Union will see what they can do here.
Everything has come together, and it's taking a while to get to this point. Now, Brendan Harrison, he's going to stop. And at some point, Mark McKenzie's going to go elsewhere. And then that perfect feeling that you had coming into the playoffs is not quite there at the start of next year. You have to really take advantage
From the corner, Philadelphia crossing it in front. Can they get a pass in front? They do. This one trickled down. Got to get a shot. That's blocked. Philadelphia's also got to shoot the ball more, even if it does get blocked. Shooting it will help them. Philadelphia keeps it in as another New England turnover, which costs them. This back off the cross. I think this is going to go off of a Philadelphia leg, which does not help them at all. This was the play, and that was the big block.
What it does is that hesitation, the change of pace over short distance. It's not going to outrun you for 20 yards. What he can do is that quick little step, that dip with the shoulder, the hesitation. He slows you down. When he slows you down, then he goes. And creating that space, that's where he can also create opportunity for the Philadelphia Union. He has done so here. The 15 minutes he's been.
This will be goal kicked back and then blocked and booted to center back by Philadelphia, then booted back into their end, but there will be a penalty coming up against the Union. Another good New England play at center.
Switches and Brendan Emerson is depositing. This doesn't turn around for the Union. This is depositing short as an MLS player. Way to RB Salzburg. Elliott, Troy Birch. The replacements. Santos joining Brendan Emerson. The bench.
This will go to center. And be booted down off the line. Still controlled. We're in the 62nd minute. Still 2-0 New England. It should be noted that in the last game, not only did Nashville win, but it was a shutout. Well, as a 7 seed shutting out a 2. This could be an 8 seed shutting out the best team in all of soccer. Controlled by the line, and now a penalty coming up against New England. This could be a yellow card. It will not be, but it's going to be one of the best chances Philadelphia has had in this entire game to cut it to 1. I think this game opens up once they do cut it to 1. There's a kick there for the corner. A shot, save! Big save on the goal line. And that was a really nice play. Made sure everybody was onside and made sure the ball could not be deflected. All Philadelphia players were ahead. It did not bounce like I think they wanted it to, but that was a very well executed play. Keep making plays like that, Philadelphia might be able to come back in this game. Bringing it on across. New England wants to make their stake to say, hey, we're not going to lose this. We're not going to sit back and make defensive play after defensive play, and it's, we won 2-0, and we stopped them. We want to go in and just grab them by the throat. Deflected from the line there by the Philadelphia defender. Yeah, I guess so.
Has done a really good job of timing his runs and knowing when to target the attack, and in doing that, he has turned Philadelphia Union around. He has made them defend. We really haven't seen any of the forwards for the Philadelphia Union making those into-out runs, finding those spaces, and forcing Taylor Buchanan to defend.
From the corner, and that will be blocked on away. New England will make a big substitution here. This is headed on back to center, so I missed some of the play. Philadelphia still from the line. Will boot this over to the goal. Kicked back to center, and then headed off as well.
National team back in action Friday on ESPN2. Early start 12:30 Eastern. They're in the Netherlands. Later against the Dutch. First game for the US national team. 261 days. Friday 12:30 Eastern. ESPN2. ESPN app. It goes without saying that we miss the crowd. In all arenas, in all states. In a moment like this is where the Philadelphia Union really miss the crowd. They need to generate some energy from somewhere. They're not getting it from the players on the field.
Spun to center. And still at center, Philadelphia cannot get out. 23 minutes left in this game in regulation, and it's still 2-0 in favor of New England. Again, remember, we will have another game later, LAFC versus Seattle. That off of a leg. And now we got more extracurricular. The Philadelphia players yapping at the New England players, including the New England goalie. Continued just boiling of emotions and blood here. It's unbelievable between these two teams that do not like each other. They show right now the highlights of the 2 goals that have been scored by New England. Philadelphia clears it out, and it'll be a throw-in for New England. Yes, Giants can absolutely win the NFC East. It's totally possible.
to doing so just yet. It's fair to ask the question, do they have another year? Based on what we have seen in the first 7 minutes of the game, I don't know. Well, I guess this is something to worry about. We'll see the course of the game.
Charles Gill, the corner, and then blasted on around a shot. Save! A big save. In close. That keeps this game 2-0 instead of 3-0. Philadelphia's got to bring this ball up and see what they can do. 20 minutes left in regulation. Kept on the side and still controlled. Working for some room. Trying to dangle past a few defenders. Now has to just do the stretch pass because the only way that they're going to beat this team is to pass on them and get goals.
The real problem with Philadelphia Union now is that they're best when they're in transition. They're best when there is time and space running forward with runners ahead of the ball. Well, that time is now gone because the New England Revolution are just going to sit behind the ball. And their focus is going to be making sure that the spaces are real time, that there is no transition, that there is no spacing behind, that everything is in front of them.
Headed in front and then back in front and then cleared away by New England. So it'll be a Philadelphia, not sure, a corner or a throw-in. It'll be one of those things. As now there is a new substitution for the Union. Yeah, probably. That's in week 17 though Washington plays them.
Understands that Wagner is coming with a challenge. Gets a little touch around the corner. Touch me, I'll go down. Get the push up line forward. Wagner,
72-40 have been played in this game. Still 2-0. New England will have this free kick in their own zone. Captain here for a centering pass. That was picked off by Philadelphia. Controlled over to center. Shot in again. This one's headed and kneed back and then headed and then deflected and then still up for grabs. Philadelphia trying to go away from these active defenders that they've got. New England has. The clock is ticking down, and the clock is not a friend of the Philadelphia Union right now. Philly needs that goal. They need that goal to come within one. They may have a chance now. Blocked. And New England will force it. Pass, trying to go to center. Headed down to and going through there looking for a chance for a cross And there is a penalty coming up against Philly, which they can't believe because they thought they had the real chance of the offensive play. When he went past one, the guy fell down. No, that's not a penalty. Oh, the referees got away with that. I don't know if you're watching this, Josh. If you are watching us on ESPN, but the refs got away with one there. That was not a penalty. He tripped over the ball. That was a trip all the way. You got to talk about stuff like that. That's a definite trip. Okay. Just definitely let me know when you're back.
This season already, Anthony Fontana, another one of their homegrown products. Can he save the day? Final call around, Fontana immediately on the move. Yield the corner. Great goal scoring record against the Revolution. 4 appearances.
Try to go up on a corner. This one batted up high. New England will clear. That was a chance for Philly. And crossed in again. Great save! The New England netminder had to go all the way out to go make the play, and he did.
Just losing out to Ackley Blake, goalkeeper of the year. Done by Matt Turner, floated ball to the back post. He knows that a lot of people come from the challenge, stay strong, holds the ball a little bit, maintains enough control.
There was a substitution here for New England. Another one. McNamara is coming in. Bo will be out. Down the center. Gone by Philadelphia. Another New England player is down. And another penalty coming up against the Union. From the line, header. Header, throw-in. Throw-in from the line as well. Trying to go by it still. And out as well. LAFC and Seattle will be the next game that we'll do, obviously. New England keeping it in. Philadelphia will try to clear this out. They cannot. as New England backs up all the way and then resets this offense. Backing up was kind of a weird play, but it is a little worked. But now Philadelphia is going after the ball. You know that they have to. Almost gave it completely away. Philadelphia creates a turnover. Union are now buzzing. Here across, up in the air, that deflected high. Philadelphia is screaming for a penalty. They're not going to get one. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go for Philadelphia, and for Philadelphia season, there could be 10 minutes left because it's 2-0 New England, and the Union's backs are at the wall.
Midfield position. Filled in a few times for Martinez. Season when the Venezuelan was injured. Now we're doing it. A kick Union's way. Time very much of the essence.
Here controlling. Past the line, going by one. New England still trying to get it out. Philadelphia trapping them up. Looking for the juicy turnover. Goes right past him at center. And so Philadelphia will regroup at center. Union at the corners. Then that pass in front. Going down the block is the New England player. Now gets it up there. Holds and shoots. Save at the line. Just wanted to fire it on net, and New England needed a big save from their goalkeeper, and boy, they got one. This will be headed up high at center. And then this one goes out. Soft kick. Philadelphia controls.
Sitting watching this. Huge satisfaction at the moment, Ali. It's Orlando City. Because Orlando City stands. They're going to get another home game in the playoffs. They will host the New England Revolution. All hail Rodrigo Schlegel. It's going to go for them. Schlegel shares have been selling it well.
Moving in off of corner, and as I had said just right now, if New England continues to win this game, well, not continues to hold the score and then win this game, they would move on to Orlando, and Orlando would have a home playoff game in the second round against New England. And it will be taken away. As it is pulled off through past center and shot in. Going down, but kicked away past the center. And then kicked away as well. 6 minutes left in regulation. Buchanan for New England. He falls down. Revolution won a penalty. That's what they'll get. They draw a free kick from the corner. As this clock continues to run in favor of New England and against Philadelphia, so they'll have a chance to get 3-0 stranglehold in this game and also make this clock bleed down. Second-year man out of Syracuse, the Canadian Buchanan, who had that big hit earlier. This is going to be a cross, and that one skipped over the line. Philadelphia trying to rush it. All the New England players spinning back. As much time as they can waste would be the MO. So to run them down to the clock, they could have a big pass here, but great defending by Philadelphia nullified that. Crossed in front, onto the goal. Booted away, Philadelphia trying to rush to the other side. That's a big home run pass. That's headed back away as well.
Never settled down into the game. They never found the pace of the game. They never dictated anything to New England from the very beginning. Give credit to New England. They dictated how
Philadelphia has really struggled in this game. It's been so surprising. Like, I knew that they had a chance to lose this game. I did not think that they were going to struggle this bad. Big hit. New England player clobbered a Philadelphia player. This is a yellow card. Late in the game. On Matt Polster, who will go to the bench, or his night is done. If New England survives this game, Polster would Matt Polster would still have the yellow card in the playoff game next week in Orlando. Philadelphia will hold on, and another substitution for New England tonight. You know, definitely the extra time is going to be kind of elongated since they've had all of these late stallings. Gill is out. McClenny is in. Free kick for Philly. The Revolution had not defeated Philadelphia in 3 seasons. They're on their way to knocking them out of the playoffs in the first seed. The best team, the highest scoring team in the MLS. The second best defensive team in the MLS. They won the Supporters' Shield. They had the best record in all of soccer. And they are on their way out, and they are close to getting shut out of these playoffs. A good stretch play, and that just too far outside. We'll see how much that extra time, added time is added. Added time with 10 seconds left in regulation.
I could have seen a scenario with the New England Revolution win tonight. I never would have thought it would have been as comfortable as it has been tonight so far.
Here's a break and a save by the goalie as they went all the way down. 5 minutes of stoppage time. So Philadelphia would have 5 minutes to try to get the 2 goals to tie this game up.
I mean, really, we don't need to add what has been said about it.
Controlled from the line and an offside call.
Don't just play around the MLS postseason. With number 34 for the Everton.
And then getting back, Philadelphia tried to do a crossing play to get a dirty goal. That's what they've been doing. And now another tripping call against the Union. This is getting a bit ridiculous.
Talking more about the Union, what they do well, and David Monteiro, the heart and soul of the team, and Monteiro, an underrated player. He knew very well coming into this match that they had a real good opportunity to execute a game plan that would work out tonight. And they've done that perfectly. They now dictated the terms and the tempo.
Philadelphia just have struggled so much in this game, and they continue to struggle. Kicks it back. Three minutes to go. And extra time. Last year, they came back in an epic playoff performance against my New York Red Bulls. In this game, it's not been anything like it. Cleared down by New England. And no offside call. Crossing it in there, headed away. Philadelphia to get within 1. Holding still, crossed to the goal, and no one was in front to delay it. Then he dribbled away from the line and picked it up in his 2 gloves and will hold it, and he will not kick it until we have reached 2 minutes left.
Something happens with not being able to handle that success. The highs of winning the first trophy, the organization history, the club history.
Love an offside. So many franchise records set tonight. Well, not set tonight, but set for Philadelphia. And it's just not happening.
Sports market and Tom Brady gone and the Patriots out of the playoffs. Revolutionary stuff. Okay. The talk show time. You're reaching there, Adrian, but I like it. I like it, Mike. I'm just saying.
Another Philadelphia player is down. This game is essentially over. 30 seconds left until that extra time, that added time stoppage would be over.
for this team. This team is dangerous in New England Revolution. Bruce Arena, dangerous in the playoffs.
The goal kick. Booted down. Philadelphia will get one last gasp. Another save by the goalie. Now you're just waiting for those 3 whistles. They'll hold it. Take the toss. Looking for some more teammates. I'll have to drop. Kick it down its way, and it will bounce. And now we got a Donnybrook. The whistles came after. Game is over. The game is over, but we got to fight. Philadelphia's season is over. New England has knocked them out of the playoffs, but we got more pushing and shoving, and I think the refs wanted the game to go a little longer. But once it came together, I knew that I had to stop this. Bench is trying to separate all the New England players.
The Supporters Shield winners are out of the MLS Cup playoffs. Bruce Arena has done it again. Congratulations with one of his former players, Pat Noonan, former assistant coach for the Reds, march on. And they are in.
And the fantastic New England coach, Bruce Arena, knows how to win in the playoffs. He's got his team into the second round. New England upsets, huge upset. The number 1 and the number 2 seeds are done. Toronto gets shut out 1-0 by Nashville in extra time. And New England gets shut out Philadelphia, gets shut out 2-0 in regulation. They will play Orlando. New England versus Orlando, Columbus versus Nashville. The second rounds are set in the Eastern Conference. We've got Minnesota and Kansas City, Dallas, and we don't know Seattle or the Los Angeles Football Club. That game will start in about 21 minutes, so we'll see for that. That'll be really interesting.
Just like you can say there were outstanding individual performances from the New England Revolution, they were very underwhelming individual performances. And as a team, this group today was flat, and they could not match the intensity, energy, nor the quality of the New England Revolution today. So on the updated bracket, New England and Orlando will be on ABC offering now on Sunday afternoon, 3 o'clock on ABC. New England and Orlando in the Eastern Conference semifinal. The other half of the Eastern Conference semifinal will be a lot of yellow. Columbus and Nashville. That game in Columbus. 8 Eastern on Sunday on ESPN. So games at 3 and 8 on Sunday.
So right now, it's not really too much to talk about as we wait for this third game to start.
Congratulations, masterful performance by you guys tonight. Seems like the game plan you had coming in worked to perfection. Yeah, came on competed today. That's, we knew if we brought the energy and the fight, we had a chance to compete tonight, and I'm happy we were able to do that. Okay, so take us through your goal as you see the run on Kevin Field, timing your run very well down the right hand side and then the finish. Yes, Carlos is an excellent player, and I knew if I could get the right, he's going to get me the ball, and then from there, I just want to be confident and go at it one-on-one, and I'm just happy winning back to that. How do you like playing as the wing back? Because I know you've been a striker for most of your life. It's different, but in these games, you just gotta bring the fight and the energy, and no matter where Bruce puts me on the field, I'm gonna give my all, and I just play my game.
Well, I'm still waiting here for this game to start. So for the next 20 minutes, you're really not going to hear too much from me. Just not too much to talk about or say or do.
Nashville and Columbus at 8 o'clock Eastern. Ali and I will see you for that. Thanks very much for the pleasure of your company. The revolution move on. We turn our attention to the Pacific Northwest. It's Seattle and LAFC. It's Joe Champion and Taylor Twelve. When the playoff bracket was set, one fixture stood out, and this is in Seattle.
So Seattle, LA, they're gonna look at now. That game coming up from Seattle. It's a big game between both those teams. The defending champion Seattle trying to advance to the second round. LA going to make it a third straight upset for today and knock out the defending champions and advance to play Dallas in the second round.
After an international break, the playing games allow these teams some rhythm. You saw the Nashville against Toronto, and especially with New England against Philly, they were exponentially the better team. Well, let's look at the Western Conference because that's what we're dealing with from here on in. We will reflect on events in the East a little later. But FC Dallas awaiting the winners of this match tonight. Dallas so impressive in the end in their coolness from the spot. And Sporting Kansas City against Minnesota, the other conference semi-final. But this game really, as soon as the bracket was set, it was the one that leapt off the page and said, if I'm going to watch one game, it's surely this one. And it's because of the history between the sides. Diego Rossi marking LAFC's LA debut, April 2018, with the only goal at what was then CenturyLink Field. Ron Simon and the spill from Stephen Fry, LAFC's first ever home game, which was also against the Sounders. And then another little that never to be forgotten Western Conference final just over a year ago. Easily the best performance in Sounders history, and I'll argue with anyone in Seattle about that because from the opening whistle, they were on the front foot, their stars showed up, the game plan from Schmetzer worked perfectly, but most importantly...
All right, so I just not too much to really look at now as they're showing Seattle's highlights. Game hasn't started yet, so I'm gonna take a. I'm not gonna just close the stream. I'm gonna take a break from here, and I'll be back in a little bit for the game to start. Ooh.
Because if you use it for motivation, fine. But when the whistle blows and you're looking across the way, the majority of the guys played in last season's game. So you don't want to let last season dictate what is going on this year. And I think that's very important for LAFC. Use it for motivating factor, but don't let it get the best of you. So revenge is a motivating factor, but they've got to keep it under control. Revenge for LAFC. What is it, I wonder, for the Sounders? A question a few months ago for Jordan Morris.
I mean, it's just a chance to start a journey to another championship. I think we know that they're going to be having that in the back of their mind, and I'm sure going to come out with a lot of energy. And we know they're missing some players, but they're still a very dangerous team, and we can't take lightly at all.
And how do you deal with that intensity?
I think we just have to match it. We're at home. We have to match that intensity and even try to go to another level because when you're playing at home, you have to be on the front foot. So that's our goal.
Best time that you've faced LAFC this season. So it just leads me to wonder what secrets are left between the two teams.
Yeah, I don't know about too many, to be honest. I'm sure we both know each other well. So these games, especially, it's just who takes advantage of their opportunities.
Taylor, so many key factors, but prime among them, surely Jordan Morris. Yes, because the ability for Jordan to play vertically in this game allows all the other special parts of Seattle to work. And that's why I think when we get into the lineup in a moment here, when you see it, you're going to see, I think there was a few tweaks there from LAFC and Bob Bradley to adjust to that. But Jordan Morris has to then adjust to that to see how he can get Nicholas Ladero and Rui Diaz performing the way they did in the Western Conference Final. If he does, that's why then Jordan Morris is the X factor, and Seattle ultimately will move on here. Yeah, Jordan Morris, one of the most productive players in Major League season at Subway, and Megatron got some new news. Contactless curbside pickup is here. Just tap a Tasty in the app and pick up contactless. Because it's safety first, right, Tiny Car? You wearing your seatbelt, little man? Subway ain't fresh. Subway takes the championship 54 years after its father. Just the other day, came to the world and he was believe that he was talking more than he can. He said he found on a beat like you. That if no one gonna be like you. I'm driving. Nearly 150 years of experience goes into making each and every Continental tire. So you can trust with total confidence that our tires will deliver superior performance. No matter where the road takes you. Continental Tire, for what you do. It's your grandma and grandpa. I do.
Wireless you can afford for the ones who can't afford to miss.
The journey happens here. We've got your blue bloods and blue chippers, championship DNA and Cinderella, interstate rivalries, and classic conference duels. One moment here, we skip here, and here. It counts. The spirit of the game lives on. College basketball is here. It's time to go to work.
It's Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale. Hurry in for savings up to $500 on top-rated brands like Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base when you spend $6.99 on Sealy. Or save 50% on select mattresses from Sealy. Only at Mattress Firm.
Don't miss out on the lowest prices of the year at the Nets Warehouse Black Friday sale. Sweaters start at $2 for $49. Shirts start at $3 for $59. Pants start at $29. But suits start at $89. Shop the Black Friday sale at Nets Warehouse and netswarehouse.com.
Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac and products containing ranitidine off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac or ranitidine products, you might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. Call 800-324-5054.
Welcome into the Heineken pre-game showcase. The Space Needle in all its splendor. Washington State ferries have been flying Sounders flags on their journeys today, and fishmongers at Pike Place Market have been wearing Sounders gear all day. As we welcome you in to what's now Lumen Field. First soccer match to be played at what was Century League Field, since the new moniker was applied only last Thursday due to a change in the corporate structure of the parent company. That name could stay in place until 2033. And it is quite a fortress, this home, when it comes to playoff games for Seattle. They've not lost here postseason since 2013. And if we look a little closer at their home form and LAFC's dreadful away form, over Cincinnati's worst.
All right. I am back. Still not there yet, but it's about like 8 minutes till game starts between Seattle and Los Angeles. Let's get set up for that game right now. I gotta do my goal horns.
Especially the Seattle Sounders playing on turf. They keep fucking playing for a weight keep coming into the building. They just don't know if that's fully buying in 2020 during this pandemic year. I'm not sure I do, John. Have success in Seattle. And like the history on the side of the Seattle Sounders, but what I just saw from Nashville and what I just saw from New England, I'm a little wary about coming in here saying, no, that home field advantage is 100% going to be there. Turf is going to be a bigger factor, obviously playing on the road, if that makes any sense. What about the two men in charge? Because Ryan Schmetzer and Bob Bradley set the tone. They do. They also set the tone for this league. You know, Bob Bradley's been a head coach longer, and yet when you look at Ryan Schmetzer, he's been successful right from the get-go being a head coach. Especially two guys that are holding
right, so just wait some more for this. So this game starts.
And that's why I love this matchup. Now, Paul Bradley isn't a full compliment tonight. He's well publicized. No Diego Rossi, no Brian Rodriguez, no Jose Cifuentes, no Diego Palacios. Yeah, massive names when you look at this. Now, the international break and all of that, you knew this was going to be a factor, but when you're missing the guys like Rossi and Rodriguez, it changes the complexion of your attack. But when you listen to Paul Bradley talk, I think he was prepared for this because it was an international break anyway, and they didn't know because of COVID-19 whether or not they would be available.
We know that when guys go away in international duty with what's going on around the world with COVID, that there's all sorts of possibilities. And what we've tried to do in this whole period is to work with the idea that the group that we have here every day is the group that's playing against Seattle. And we always knew the possibility would exist between quarantine or unfortunately positive tests that we might have something.
Right now, I'm having an interview with the LAFC coaches. They're getting ready for their huge game against the defending champions.
They're ready to step up, slow down, play at a good tempo, play the kind of football that we always play. And so it's opportunities for players, and we know that in this game, we missed certain guys, but we still got to make sure that everybody's ready to go and the focus is on the team.
I'd say that this is Bob Bradley's selection with a changing goal and an interesting composition of the back four. It didn't start the last 3 games. That was premiered. So now you see Segura playing right back, which is a little interesting. I think that's more about Jordan Morrison, also Carlos Vela in front of him. You love this 3 in the middle. Mark Anthony Kay returns from injury, gets his first start in a long time. Ox West is the tempo center. Blessing will high press. You went out and got a veteran and Bradley Wright Phillips for moments like these. But Torres, a young kid, becomes the youngest kid ever to start an MLS playing game in MLS history. And then you've got Carlos Vela. And that's why you see, I think, Segura playing where he is because they want to give Carlos Vela as much room to operate. And at times, when you're going up against teams that are worried about Carlos Vela, which is every single one of them, and you're depending on a long line.
I'm not sure if Carlos Vela will play for LAFC as we wait and see if he will. This game was actually a rematch of the Western Conference Final last year. LA made a bit of a run to the final, but Seattle was the more physical team. They were the more experienced team, and they went on to win and then beat Toronto in the Cup final. So.
Bob Bradley teams. He's got the ability to do that, but I think if he stays home, it actually suits Carlos Vela 1v1. Now, one of the reasons that Bob Bradley is able to feel confident in taking any Segura out of central defense is that he signed the Colombian Jesus Murillo, who's in his 6th game tonight, and he's looked in pretty well so far. Yeah, fantastic physical profile. He reminds me a lot of a younger Jameson Olave, maybe a little bit better with his feet, but he's completely comfortable defending in transition in emergency situations, which is what Bob Bradley wants. We talk so much as neutral fans watching LNC. They need a defender like this. He's got to be spectacular. I'm going to the next year now because I missed him for a portion of the season. Eduardo Atuesta, he lost 5 of the 6 games that was the season. I mean, that says it all. Over 100 touches for 90 minutes, most of Major League Soccer. And so that's the struggle for Atuesta tonight is the balance between setting the tempo for LAFC, but also keeping an eye on this with Ladero. We'll get into Ladero in the next break, but the point is that Atuesta wants to set the tempo because then you allow this guy to high press to get after it. So now Blessing can help Bradley Wright Phillips and Carlos Vela and try to limit playing through the middle of the Seattle Sounders. If Atuesta's on his game, then Blessing and Mark Anthony Kay can probably have a bigger impact than they did last year. I'm not going to ask you what you think.
So, still waiting for this game to begin. They're still warming up. I'll let you guys know when it officially starts, and we'll start broadcasting.
And that's it says they need a real good performance from their goalkeeper. It really does. And I know it seems obvious for those of you at home, but so often in these big games, you need your goalkeeper to come up with one or two saves, right? You see that. Look at what FC Dallas got from Malo, right? The way he performed at that level, Sistiuka's got to come up with 2 or 3 saves, because if you want to play your game the way Bob Bradley wants from LAFC, if you're relying on your goalkeeper to come up with big moments, they need that tonight. They haven't gotten that for the first 3 playoff games in their history. Now we have to
Still waiting right now. I'm sorry if I'm quiet or eating or whatever, but I'm still waiting for this game. It has not started yet. It will soon, and that'll be the final game of the stream today.
At the end of last year, came back, wanted to try out as a right back. He's made the squad, so he's got his hands full, but he's very good in defensive moments. Gianpaolo, Christian Roldan, and then Nicholas Lugano. This is the engine of the team, but this is where they can absolutely kill you. Now, Joe will tuck inside more so it allows Christian Roldan, Nicholas Lugano to fill in, but he gives you a little bit more defensive shape. But Rui Diaz, Jordan Morris, that's the level.
I'm very thirsty to get another water. Oh my god. All right. All right. We're back here as they still look at the analysis of this game. This first. This final game.
I still think he's underrated. Everyone's going to laugh at me and say, what do you mean he's underrated? He's best of level. But I just think when you talk nationally about superstars in this league, we still forget about Ladero. He allows everything to work, but it's actually more effective this year because of that guy. João Paulo has a unique understanding of where Ladero wants to operate and where he can fill in the gaps in possession, but also pressure the team to maybe play direct, maybe play in behind, to slow down any kind of fire that he needs to get out. And then you've got Alex Roldan. This is a big moment. Now, he's had 2 starts at right back, but this is a different one. He's going up against a 16-year-old kid. Who knows? Maybe Bob Bradley looks at it and says, maybe if we move Baylor to that side, give him a real test for it. He's got a midfield background, so he understands that. But with the ball in his feet, he's got to be very clinical, very precise, and keep possession for the Seattle Sound. I mean, what's about the enigma that he's new to? Yeah, listen, he's an enigma because 1 minute you see him against Vancouver deliver a world-class ball for Rui Diaz to get on the end of, and then the next minute you see him at the end of the Western Conference Final last year kick a beer about 55 yards in the stands celebrating. I say that half jokingly, but I like him. He brings excitement to the team. I think Spencer sometimes holds his hair out a little bit because Nuhu at times can be a little too risky. But I think he's up for the moment tonight, especially looking across saying, you know what, I didn't start last year's game. I got Carlos.
Still waiting. Pre-game still, guys. Apologize. But then we'll finally get the game to start, and we can go with the game, and we can go with Seattle and LA.
They just got to be able to match that intensity in the first 15, 20 minutes. Well, there will be celebrations in the Music City tonight after a triumph for Nashville. And there'll be celebrations in the rather quiet surroundings of Foxborough, south of Boston. Because New England are through as well. I'm driving. As a coffee book at KFC, dinner time is my time to shine. Grab some piping hot chicken, young man. Much better than microwave hot dogs. Right there? Eat up. I'm doing the cooking tonight. So pick up a KFC $20 fill-up today.
Nearly 150 years of experience goes into making each and every continental time. So you can trust with total confidence.
Right now, waiting for this game, which is still not started. I'm not sure what they're waiting on.
For what you do.
This is the new iPhone 12 Pro with 5G, and it's on AT&T, the fastest nationwide 5G network. Now new and existing customers can get our best deal.
Really? Mom, AT&T has a deal for new and existing customers. Oh, hello.
So what'd you say?
Wrong person. Got it, girl. Very excited and on his way.
Word of mouth advertising. It's what they did before commercials.
It's not complicated. Everyone gets our best deal, like the amazing iPhone 12 mini on us. As a coffee book at KFC, dinner time is my time to shine. Grab some piping hot chicken, young man. Much better than microwave hot dogs. Right there? Eat up. I'm doing the cooking tonight. So pick up a KFC $20 fill-up today. Tonight, we begin this 2020 season playing a cardboard lineup.
I'm gratifying things tonight.
This is weird for you guys. Is it for us?
They're getting ready for this. They're showing some of the MLS highlights. And oh, finally, get ready for kickoff in this game. The defending champions host LAFC, a rematch of the Western Conference Final, and the winner will play Dallas in the semis. As right now they show this incredible game.
Nashville was up for it. We knew with Toronto having a little bit of a break with them being rusty, Jonathan Osorio completely gets away with one. But Nashville was the better team. They were up for it. They scored a couple goals. They were in offside position. They could look at distance.
Between Toronto and Nashville, earlier in the stream, you guys heard that one.
But then it was this deflection here, good save. Reeves finishes it off. Nashville was the better team. A little surprising how flat Toronto was, but not surprising that Nashville was up for it. Would you have predicted that? Would you have given Nashville much of a challenge in the outside? Yeah, a little bit, just because they don't give up a ton of goals and they're good on set pieces. I'm a little bit more surprised that it was a flat performance from Toronto. Venezuela had arguably his worst game of the season, but Nashville was just better because I think a lot of it was the
All right, nice, Josh. It's funny that you're finally back because you missed like the very end of the Philadelphia game. The Seattle game hasn't started. You didn't miss anything. You just missed an insanely long 22 minutes. The game has not started yet, so you haven't missed the nightcap, the last game. The game will start very soon, I think. I have no idea now.
obviously wants to do better with that. Good finish from Buchanan. But again, I go back to that early miss from Montero. If he buries that, it's a different game. And that celebration for Buchanan is warranted because the refs under Bruce Arena, they deserve this one. Yeah, now he's going to ride multiple celebrations like that. He ended up with a few raised arms and Bobby Tempest. But you Eastern. And then our match on ESPN that same day, 8 p.m. Eastern, Columbus Crew against Nashville. So, New England finally getting their way. But the story to me is Nashville. Expansion side, how would you sum up their achievements in getting this far?
A great accomplishment. But I'm not really surprised, John, because the way Gary Smith builds this team, even though they're reluctant to buy into it and use it and embrace it, build it the foundation from the back forward. It's exactly what he's done. And you've got MLS experience that beating Toronto. Now the question is going into this one against Columbus is who do I help you? Because if you get him back, that's another inexperienced MLS.
Is Vancouver-Seattle a rivalry in the MLS? It's not really, and the reason it's not is, frankly, Vancouver has never been that good of a franchise. They've been quite irrelevant. They've only made the playoffs like 1 or 2 times. I think they made the conference final once. They've just been a very irrelevant franchise. Seattle has been the class of the league, one of the top teams ever in the history of the MLS. Big brother, little brother syndrome, Vancouver has never really been a contender in the league, and Seattle are defending champions. They've won, I believe, at 6 championships. They are a real powerhouse, so they are not real rivals. Seattle and Portland are huge rivals, though. Vancouver is more of a rival with like Real Salt Lake or Colorado.
And the Seattle Sounders under the careful tutelage of Brian Schmetzer. It is quite a prospect, and I hope you've enjoyed the Heineken pre-game showcase.
I kind of like Seattle. I watched them play in highlights. I asked if their rivals, like a Vancouver fan, Seattle second team. Yeah, you can do that. That's not really a problem. I try to stay away from liking teams in my conference just because we always have to play them. Because my second team is Minnesota. Although I do really like Nashville a lot, but obviously that's a conference team.
For some of us, our daily journey is a short one. Save 50% when you pay for miles with Allstate. Pay less when you drive less. You've never been in better hands. Allstate. Make a call for a quote today.
At the Home Depot, we improved Black Friday. Now you get Black Friday prices through December, plus faster ways to search and find what you need. The flexibility to shop whenever and wherever you want. Pickup options designed for keeping spirits up and stress down. And the ease of having the holiday cheer we all need this year delivered to you. Holiday shopping improved with the Home Depot.
Same with Toronto. I like the Raptors here at the least. Toronto's a good soccer team too. Still, this game has not started. I have no idea what they're waiting on. But hopefully it will start soon. When should it start? Well, it's 10:45 now. I don't know. I mean, it's at commercial now. I guess it'll start afterwards. After commercial. For this game, this is the one game where you can be on TSN or ESPN. You pick your poison. The first one you had to be on TSN. The second one you had to be on ESPN. You could be on either channel here. It doesn't matter. Just give it a head so I can kind of just like it down. They're showing highlights of past meetings between these two teams, the Western Conference Final last year between Seattle and LA. So they're showing some stuff. They're just about to start now. Yeah, keep it. It's just about to start now.
Aiming for a fourth appearance in MLS Cup in his 5 years in charge. Has the highest win percentage in playoff games by coach in the history of the competition.
Oh my man, just had to stretch a little bit.
His side tonight has plenty of experience, but also wanted to train particularly about that Alex Roldan built in because Kevin Leardam is out of the training. It's going to be important for the Seattle Storm.
Here we go. Seattle, the defending champions, and the Los Angeles Football Club. The LA Galaxy having the worst record in entire soccer. This is the last game, obviously, of this stream, and it is the last game of the first round of the playoffs. The winner will join Kansas City, Minnesota, and Dallas in the Western Conference playoffs. The winner of this game will play Dallas in the second round. If it is LAFC, the next game, the next series will go through Texas. If it is Seattle, they'll go here. Bradley Wright Phillips for LAFC, former New York Red Bull. I remember him well. He's one of my favorite players there. A huge scorer. And we are not ready yet. Now we are. Ready for kickoff? And still, there's the whistle. It's underway. We're underway in the final game of the first round of the 2020 MLS Cup playoffs. The final game of these playoffs of the first round and of this stream. And for the first time since they clinched it on this field with that big goal to make it 3-1 against Toronto last year and win the championship, Seattle is playing a playoff game. To the left side, here come the defending champions from left to right. They bring it up and they keep on hold, playing the ball, trying to find a passing lane, do not have. Now, dribble it away. Cross from the line. LA pinches defensively to cross in. Trying to trap it through. And then Morris coming in from away. That's blocked back off a pass. I do really not care who wins this game. I really don't care. There's the corner up there. Headed in, LA, trying to get rid of it, cannot. Headed up high again. Headed again towards the goal. Headed back away from the goal. Held. And still contained and maintained. Waiting across, out of play. This will be a Los Angeles goal kick. Football club. It just stands for football club. It's an old British type thing. FC is football club. SC is soccer club. That's a weird. I don't get that. That's national do that. But there's two teams in LA. There's the Los Angeles Galaxy and the Los Angeles Football Club. Just like in soccer, not soccer, New Orleans soccer, but in New York, there's two New York teams: New York Red Bulls and the New York City Football Club. Except New York City Football Club plays in Yankee Stadium, and the Red Bulls play in Harrison, New Jersey. Here's a chance for LA. That bounced to the goal, and it'll be picked up by goalkeeper Arriaga. I apologize if I yawn. I'm pretty tired. This will be kicked away and booted down. Looking for the break. For a potential low goal kick. And he kept along on the side. It'll be just softly dribbled to the goal. Waiting for that home run ball again. That's deflected off another leg. LA being chased. There's the clean pass. That is blocked. Getting away from it, they chase to center, then get right back to center again. LA moving the ball. Continuing to control it away. Tuesta will back up. A Seattle throw-in. Sounders at center. Now keeping it in. They will do some sort of dump and play off ahead. Then rolled out away. Seattle keeping the ball. Holding it still. Back loose again and kept up by center again by Seattle. If LA can win this game, it would be the third lower seed that has won straight today. We saw the number 7 seed win. We saw the number 7 seed win today with Nashville. We saw the number 8 seed win in a shutout as well, New England in the East. This would be the number 7 seed. LA. And they have been crashing from the corners. Yes, very big rivals. Very big rivals. The Red Bulls are a much older team and a team that is much more oriented with the playoffs, has much more experience than what a great tackle than New York City FC are. But yes, they are very big rivals. NYCFC had a slightly better year than the Red Bulls in the regular season. Both lost in the first round in the playoffs. NYCFC lost in penalty kicks to Orlando, and the Red Bulls lost 3-2 to Columbus. So it was kind of even. Habs Bruins of MLS, I would love to say that, but it would just not. I would probably say that the Habs Bruins of the MLS would probably be Portland and Seattle. Seattle, LA Galaxy used to be that way too, but the LA Galaxy are very bad now. Yeah, I would say that the biggest and the New England, as we saw, the New England Philly rivalry is bad too. That's ugly rivalry. But I would say the harshest, the best, and the the blood boil is that's Seattle, Portland, no doubt. They're always in the top three. Seattle and Portland also have big rivalries with Kansas City, but Seattle and Portland are both close to each other. They're the best teams, arguably. I mean, I love the Trailblazers, but they're the best teams usually, consistently at least. Like even before Seattle, Seahawks were really good in both their cities. They are always favored every year to win the championship. Portland lost in the first round to Dallas. That was an upset, but they always are favored to go to the championship game. That they always play really good games against each other, and if Kansas City doesn't get there, the road through the West usually goes through either of them. So it's definitely Seattle-Portland. But there will be no Seattle-Portland matchup because Portland was upset on Sunday in penalty kicks to Dallas. Now a call at center. Not sure what's happening. 8:52 in. Still no score. Cross to the corner. Then kept to the back. Still. Back to the corner again. Slid it along for Morris. And back to center. Easy passes. LA will now attack. They really were hanging back, trying to press now. Goes back to center. Seattle has not lost a playoff game in the first round since 2013. And that was Portland. I'm telling you, that rivalry is insane. LA will try to move the ball out again. They finally will. Can they get to center? They will get to center. They motor back. Looking for more room, looking for numbers. And that's a stretch pass if you can win it. They will win, and that's booted back. Seattle wants a penalty because he clearly grabbed them. That should have probably been a penalty. And there's a chance that rolling ball will go to the goal. And LA has had a few opportunities. Seattle is still pretty mad at this because it should have been a penalty for grabbing. Guy almost hauling him down by the neck. Sounders push it there, and another great defensive play. They're not specifically frustrating Seattle. They've won the championship a few times. They won it last year. They're not frustrated, but I don't exactly understand how to explain it. See, Philadelphia was visibly frustrated. This team is not frustrated, but LA is doing a good job of attempting to frustrate them. If they continue to do it, it might cause Seattle to unravel. But right now, it's just kind of, that's a bad play, a turnover. And then LA nearly turned it over, but they keep in. Seattle brings back from behind. Their defensive players are so fast and so smart. They know exactly where to go with the ball at all times. That skipped to center and then flung by the wing. They keep play there. Tries to curl in. A big drive over the net and out of play. It'll be a goal kick. Okay. We're still scoreless. 11:51 in. Josh, if you didn't hear me about the big rivalry at Seattle Portland.
In and around him. So Bradley Wright Phillips will try to direct you to one side or the other. But then when you play through the middle, AEK and Blessing.
Here is a cross to the line. This will go back. And a goal kick. Finally, we'll boot this down. Kept by the line. And then trying to go past. Easy pass to the goalie. Seattle is trapped. And then they'll shoot it out. So LA playing good defensively. Some kind of stupid mistakes made by Seattle so far. This off of a Seattle knee. Atuesta with a good play there. My least favorite MLS team forever, even though I have family there and I like a lot of the teams there that are not soccer, has always been DC United. I was okay with them the last few years, but I'm back to hating them again because I've just always disliked them. Just something, I don't know what it is, just something about them. Just a lot of the players I didn't like, but they got one of my favorite soccer players of all time, Wayne Rooney, who used to play for my favorite British team, Manchester United, and I couldn't really hate them. I was kind of rooting for him, but since he left, I got back to not liking him at all.
Keep an eye on Jordan Morris on this back post.
I would say NYCFC is up there too, though. Goalie had to go back. Seattle was pressured. LA trying to run away with it. Seattle's a fast team. LA also has speed. We have not seen Bradley Wright Phillips really go for this ball yet. Bradley Wright Phillips, former New York Red Bull. And Seattle forces a turnover. Here's a lobbed ball, which went wide. I have no reason why they didn't just go run for it. And there's a Los Angeles player down on the field. That might be Wright Phillips. It is. Well, my favorite team, my favorite British team, my favorite league still, as am I. I am an FC Inter fan as well. My favorite league is the MLS. I just really like it. It's America, Canada. It's just easy to kind of follow, even though a lot of people don't like it. The MLS is my favorite league, but the best league is the Premier League, no question. The Premier League is the league in England. That's the best league in soccer, but my favorite league probably still the MLS. My dad's favorite league is the Bundesliga, which is the German league. We are both big Borussia Dortmund fans. I like Dortmund. I like Inter. I like the Red Bulls. I like Manchester United and Barcelona. They have not resumed play yet. Bradley Wright Phillips will now make his way to the bench after that hit he took. An LA goal kick. Here. It's just kind of similar to Toronto where, the longer it goes, the better chance for LA to come back. But still getting the feeling that even if that happens, Seattle could score a few goals in the second half. And never mind that. Here's a break. They go for the pass. They've got the pass. Looking in for another pass. Goes for the shot. Score! One nothing Seattle. A header and the Peruvian superstar just makes a separate pass. LA gets back, but then laser beam. And the goalie never moved. Great passes right in the middle and struck it. What a goal. And a pass by Morris sets up this goal. It's the Kraken goal horn. It's the Seattle Kraken goal horn. And there's a penalty. There's a penalty coming up against Seattle. It might be a penalty kick. This might be a penalty kick, and I think it is for Vela, which would tie it about 45 seconds after Seattle came up with the go-ahead goal. And it was a trip in close. We'll see exactly where they put the ball. As Nuhu trips up Vela. I don't know exactly where this kick is. I believe yes. Folks, we've got the first penalty kick. It's a penalty shot. It's a penalty shot. If he scores, we're tied. Also, after he shoots it, players can come in and try to make a play, unlike the shootout. If he scores, we're tied. If not, well, we'll see. Here's the shot. Save made! Vela went up, and the goalie tracked with the glove instead of going on an angle, which would have tied this game. He goes right to the keeper, and here comes Seattle for 2-0. And a penalty coming up. Not sure if it's against LA or Seattle here. But here's the penalty shot. And those are the two able to put the gloves on it and stop the ball with it in front of the goal line. Stefan Fry, the one, and it was a penalty against Seattle, not LA. Los Angeles goalie has to get it back out. Seattle continues, and that really does hurt LA, though, because they had goal opportunity to score a gimme goal, and they don't get the goal. Well, Here they are going to try to go for the equalizer the old-fashioned way. Also, if you're wondering what field this is Lumen Field, formerly known as CenturyLink Field. It's the same stadium the Seattle Seahawks play in, if you're wondering. And there's a delayed penalty coming up against LA. Nyohu now, who committed the penalty that became the penalty shot, will draw this penalty. Also, Rex Burkhead's season is over in New England. Apparently season-ending injury, I guess, last week against the Texans. They will loft this one down. And taken from the goal. There's the line pass. Seattle bring it up with effort. And here's the chance. They went for the pass a little too far. Probably should have went himself and tried to get a shot on goal because he had the room to do so. But the extra pass, and Seattle is really working here. Goes back defensively, though, back to center. LA will chase the play. Looking to read this on the numbers, and they finally find the play on the wing. Looking for potential cross, waiting, won't cross yet. Now we'll try a cross, and that's headed beautifully back by LA, kept in by the Galaxy, not by the Galaxy, by the Sounders. Seattle at center again. And LA will try to chase. Read the numbers if you can. That's what they keep on trying to do, knowing that. And what I mean by that is there's always going to be, it's chess. You know, you do the math and you try to figure out who's open when. There'll be a penalty coming up against Los Angeles. And a penalty against Jordan Harvey as he tripped up Lodiero. And Lodiero is actually the guy who's made this 1-0. Obviously, that was 45 seconds before that whole penalty shot thing. Is he going to get a penalty shot here? No. Just a free kick with the wall. Lodiero, a drive, blocked. And then it will find its way to the goalie. The special teams in this game have given tremendous chances for Los Angeles and for Seattle, but they've not converted. And another turnover. Los Angeles turnover in their own end, and though they've had very tenacious defending as the play is offside. Off an LA player, it's going to be lobbed down and kicked back. And sent back again. Still bobbled. And the send and pass almost had a breakaway. Good defensive play, though, by Seattle.
I'd almost argue that this now suits LAFC to get back into this one because it goes back to their DNA. You can even see and hear through our audio, Bob Rebbe, it's got to be quicker, you got to be more connected. This almost suits them
Seattle chased in behind. Back to the goal, and these defensive players really have been after. But and talk about here on the broadcast how they've been active, they're fast, they chase, they do all these things. But the problem is on offense, they commit a lot. Well, not on offense, defensively they commit a lot of turnovers. There's a header in front. And it will be off an LA player. It will be a goal kick, but Los Angeles is getting chances in front. And you want to think of if they had scored on that penalty kick, what it would have been. Yes, I do play basketball. I play basketball in a men's league, and I'm not bragging. I'm probably, if I'm not the best player, the worst I am is third best. I am one of the best players on the team that I've played for 3 years. I do play basketball. Ask me a lot of questions about that if you want, because I'm not huge into watching basketball, but I really enjoy playing. And I've been playing basketball in league since I was like 13, 14. In our league, our coach is crazy about the fact that he does not like he'll bet if a guy drains a three, he'll bench him. He doesn't like long range shots. But I did score a 3-pointer, not in the game, but in practice from the top of the key. I don't like corner shots. I hate corner shots, but I did score one like a little farther out from the top of the key. I don't have a very good 3-point shot form. I kind of like my body like leaps forward. My form is horrible, but I do get shots. My job in the game is usually to my job is one of two things. Is LA is screaming for a handball. My job is to drive the ball, kind of be the quarterback of the offense, try to get the ball, lead things off. As now another penalty is coming up. That's my job, as well as being. I'm also told to guard the best player of the game. Like when there's a guy like their best player, I'm told to shut him down. We usually play zone, but when push comes to shove, we're in a close game. Like I'll tell me to just guard a guy, and I'm the lockdown defender. I don't really block the ball that much, but I get in front. I use my hands. I am very, very active in that way, and I've caused some steals as well. Big steals, big deflections. I'm that kind of guy, and I'm probably the fastest player on the team. Love the fast break. I like to speed rush the ball down. I had one game where I scored about like 15 points, and we have a really low scoring league. Our league is just very defensive, and we usually have a lot of big centers and big forwards in our league on our team as well. So I like to bring up the ball, rush, and then dump it off to our big guys. As this is kicked down to the goal, I'm not sure what's going on here. He's starting to get the bad blood, as it was another offside call against Seattle. So that's my game. I just tend, though, sometimes I make mistakes where I'll find an alternative. I'll find one spot where I'm going, and then that spot is closed, and then I either like dribble to the corner, or I just stop dribbling and just do a simple pass, where I kind of have to work on looking at it and going, oh wait, this lane isn't open. Let me think of another lane, like looking on the fly. I usually. By the time I pass midcourt, I usually have already made the decision of where I'm going to go, which isn't the best thing. Torres goes down as he's trying to battle for the ball. Deflected. Seattle screaming handball, but they get it right back, so they don't care. This will be pushed to the corner here in the 32nd minute. Still 1-0 Seattle. You can hear some of the Sounder players screaming to keep on the pressure. This will line right to the goalkeeper.
Look, when you're watching it at home, you say, well, wait a minute, what are they talking about? He gave the ball away. No, he didn't. He played a direct ball to Jovan Jones. Yes, they lost him, and he got him out of pressure. It was literally a 35-yard run to the sideline to get Seattle out of pressure. And then he's in these spots to then get you into the attacking phase. I mean, you can hear Bob Bradley screaming that Atuesta to either cover or ground, but that's more compliment to Nicholas Ladero. When your counterpart is looking over his left shoulder, right?
Then Jones goes down, and now they got to sort this out as another LA player is down.
On the defensive side of things, then you're doing exactly what you want to do.
This started as a really speedy game, and I think what's happening is Seattle is clearly the faster team. But now LA is finding a way because they are matching the speed with physicality. Whenever Seattle goes up the sides and tries to speed past and force passes, they bring in the physicality, they bring the house.
To be a clinical number 9, Rui Diaz is writing the textbook on that. And I'm not saying it's slow, but when you look at it, you're like, there's no way a player of that stature can have that kind of impact. You're mistaken.
Here we'll wait on this to resume again, as now it does. Corner, LA trapping, not allowing their size. A great block. He tried to cross in front. Morris tried to play it, and it's blocked out. It'll be a Seattle corner. Lodiero backs up to get as much power and speed on it. Hooks it there, and it's blocked away. LA to try to force it to center. They'll finally move away and got it back defensively. LA will move this still, looking at center, trying to break in. Finds that corner pass. Waits it back at center again. Trying to control away from all these active Seattle defenders. They are pinching up and trying desperately to make the play. Headed back. And LA tries to pressure. Seattle will get it away. Defensively headed again. And then they make more of pressure. This will roll to the line and taken back away, and this is drawn. LA closing the center. 10 minutes remain in the first half. And that skipped off of a couple of legs. Seattle defenders trying desperately to get this ball out of harm's way. They really are gunning for it here. Like that, it was pressure. Great sliding tackle, but this ball goes over the line. What's the most overrated and underrated sport, in my opinion? Well, I want to say hockey is the most underrated sport, but, you know, it is a top 4. So I kind of want to think about a sport that I'm trying to think of, like, underrated sports. This is going to sound weird, but because I played a men's league for it as well, I think softball is actually a really underrated sport. It's it's tough. And when you play in a men's league that plays softball instead of baseball, you can realize that it's almost as tough as baseball. It's not as tough, but I think that's a really underrated sport. If I was to say the most overrated sport, I don't know. And maybe cross country is the most underrated. Yeah, that would make more sense. Because I was more of a cross country runner anyway. Yeah, so cross country is the most underrated sport. As the most overrated sport, probably baseball. And I technically play baseball. I play baseball a little bit. I played the softball men's league, and I've also ran cross country my whole life. So I have a good idea on both sports. This will be kicked to the side. And then cornered in front for a pass. Oh, that was right diving there. And it was just a centering pass right to the goal. And Diaz just there, just could not chip it cleanly in. And falling down right at the balls. And he's down. Now the referee has to sort this out.
That's the switch up top. So Jordan Harvey has to slide over. But if you don't put pressure on the ball immediately, it allows that ball in. Lucky for LAFC, that ball on the wet turf just skips on the touch from Rui Diaz. A good ball in. Look at him, driven. Referee, now to order free kick to LAFC. Women's national team return to action on Friday when they face the Netherlands, rematch of the 2019 World Cup final. It's live, coverage beginning at 12:30 Eastern on ESPN2 and on the app as well.
That'll be headed back at center. And kept at center controlled still. Booted to the line. Gone right to the goal again. Kicked at center. Now LA to bring it up. Going back there, they split at the corners. Trying to get inside. See what Seattle does going there again. That one goes over the top of the crossbar in LA. Now they'll look for the corner. This is blocked around and kept in by LAFC, but then a turnover as he did not feel it on his top side of his leg. Seattle moving it still. Crossed in front, 5 minutes to go in the first half. Sounders 1, Los Angeles Football Club nothing. This will be crossed. Well, not crossed. Goal kicked all the way back across the center. Go ahead. Again, just ask me NHL trivia. Like, you don't have to even say it. Just go. Oh. Good, I apologize. I'm extremely tired. I am definitely going to sleep once this game is done. What's the first NHL team to wear white pants and when? Is it the Oakland Seals in 1970? Because I know they had the white skates. California Seals, they do the white skates because their Oakland A's used to have the white cleats and that. And they tried to make everything white colored to kind of change the culture, and it didn't work. I think that's it. So, Oakland / California Seals or Golden Seals, whatever, 1970. Crossed again. Trying to push in and backed up. 1969 Canucks. Tripped. Oh, I feel like I know this. Pittsburgh, as there is looks like almost an altercation. Another penalty call. This one's against Seattle. My guess is Pittsburgh. No. Philadelphia? Because that's the only other team that was brought out. And if it's not Philadelphia, it's the Rangers. My guess is the Flyers. It's the Rangers? Is it the Rangers? My hand is shaking. Why is my hand shaking? Wow. I'm almost positive the Islanders were not brought into the league at that point. Washington Caps. Washington Caps. Offside call against LA. Or is it the Washington Capitals? Okay.
First half, Brother Phillips has had 6 touches. You've got to find a way to get him involved. Now you've seen Carlos Vela float to the left. A little too eager for Bradley Phillips, but they've got to find a way to get Bradley Phillips involved. Because if you get him involved, whether it's link-up play, whether it's running into seam, stretching, those two center backs from Seattle is going to open up space to play in the Vela Street.
We're in the 44th minute. 1 minute left until 45, and then we'll see what we got with stoppage time. Probably get around 3 minutes here. It's been a testy first half. 74 was the year. Okay. Now we hit 45 minutes and hopefully 3 added minutes. Seattle leads by 1. A 1-0 game. As this is kicked away. Seattle trying to get it out. Kept in by LA. Looking for the cross. If they can find it, they've got to go for this clear pass. And they also need to control and keep possession and not go backwards. Because look at the speed that the Seattle Sounders show. Trying to boot it out. LA is doing well with their own persistence.
Seconds of this first half, you give LAFC a dangerous set piece here to end the half. And on this wet turf, in-swinging ball, Vela delivers this at the right angle. This could be a nightmare for Stephen Trott.
Here is a chance with the header in front. And I think that might have went off of a Seattle player. So LA is going to have a late chance in the first half to try to tie this up. There's a cross up there headed away by Seattle. This will roll all the way back. LA has to get this ball in deep. They will cross, and the goalie is out to make the save. Gonna hold as long as he can until the clock goes on his side and throw the glove. What was the biggest draft fail? Not a bust in NHL history. I think the event was a prank. I think it was what I guessed earlier in the 80s, where the Sabres put they drafted a player that they made up because they didn't want to draft a player in a certain round or some stupidity. I forget. They literally created a guy's name. I don't even remember what exactly happened, but there was something like that. Is that it? Goes to the goal. It'll be kicked at center. They have not done the 3 whistles yet. They should soon. LA controlling. And back at the line. Still controlled. They still have not. Oh, that's right. Because 45 plus 3 is 8, not 47. I do not know how to do math. Now LA, one chance. Try to get it in. Seattle rushes it. And that'll be the final whistle of the first half. Seattle 1, Los Angeles nothing. Oh, I don't remember when it was. Was it the 90s? I don't remember the decade. It was weird. I forget the real reason. 74. Oh, and I went to the Cup final that year. There was some stupid reason why they did that trade, where they did that, and it wasn't like as a gimmick. I know you said it was a prank, but I think they did it for a reason. Like they were trying to get cap space or something, and if they had another draft pick, it would have cost them not cap space because there was no cap then. But I don't. Maybe you can remind me. I don't remember the reason why they did it, but there was a reason, and I don't remember. Anyway, Seattle 1, LA nothing. Going to the half. Seattle is 45 minutes away from defending their title and moving on to Dallas. So we'll wait for the first half to end, and then it was literally a joke. It just doesn't make sense why an NHL team would do that. I was almost positive that was for a reason.
I'm having a big lunch and then just a snack for dinner.
We're using a speakerphone in the store. Is that a good idea? One of the ways I do that is to get them out of the home. Looking for a grub brush. The garden's going to be after you, huh? No. We all see it. Here's where. Okay.
Blue Progressive can protect you from becoming your parents, but we can't protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
You don't know.
Después de 225 años de Jim Beam, no conoce que tenemos atrás. Pero no. Nosotros preferimos enfrentar el futuro, en el que ideamos nuevas formas de elaborar perros. Creamos nuevas maneras de disfrutarlo. Y enseñamos a las nuevas generaciones de respiradores. Por eso no gritamos desde 225 años.
Well, hello guys, again.
This restaurant is leading to higher levels of confidence.
I'll wait for this first half to this halftime to conclude and then get to the second half.
Imagine the places we'll go. Together. Expedia.
Welcome to the Oculus halftime report. reflecting on a first half in Seattle. It sees the home side, the Sounders, leading to a Nico Ladera goal. Okay, in the 18th minute, 10-12, and also need we go beyond Nico Ladera? He has been the star of the show.
No, we don't have to. And you know, going into Seattle Sounders games, he's going to drive so much of what you want to do on the attack. But when we look at this highlight package, I want to show you this.
3 teams in 2002 started 4 different goalies throughout the season. Which teams? Carolina is definitely one of them. I have a weird feeling Vancouver and New York Islanders. New York Islanders, Vancouver Canucks, and Carolina Hurricanes. Those are my guesses.
Chesting the ball down, bringing it out, delivering that ball to Rudy Diaz. And then look at this run. It's relentless pursuit of space. And when that is your number 10, that is your playmaker, that is your creator, everything else in and around it has a lot of fun. It's contagious. And that's exactly what it's been for the Seattle Sounders. And they needed a little luck because that was a bad tackle from Nugu. But Stephen Fry, right there,
Can you give me some hints on the other ones? I'll guess Colorado. No, not Colorado. Not 02. Abisher wasn't the starter yet. Not Colorado. Pittsburgh and St. Louis. Okay. Not St. Louis. Pittsburgh and Tampa Bay. I don't know who it would be then. Still halftime here. Atlanta. Oh, that makes too much sense. Atlanta Thrashers. I'm right? Atlanta? Okay. I think they had Hedberg then, though, right? Toronto Maple Leafs. That's my other guess. Toronto Maple Leafs. It was not the Red Wings. I know that. The Red Wings had a bunch of goalies. I know that the Red Wings, I don't think, had Cujo. They had Lagache. Had Rangers, right? It has to be the Rangers then. It would be either Chicago or the New York Rangers because both teams were having horrible years. I'm going to go with the Rangers first. I'll go with the Rangers. It's Montreal. Oh, wow. I didn't think that at all.
ESPN presents an ACC Impact Game. And the underdogs spoil the playoff dreams of the undefeated.
This copyrighted broadcast
All right, second half is starting soon. Not sure when, I just know that.
Halftime reports. Seattle, a goal up on LAFC as they chase a third MLS Cup.
They won the championship in 2004. They won the championship in 2016. They won it in 2019. They're looking for a repeat, and they're looking for their third championship. And they're looking for. They're looking for their third championship in 4 years, and their third championship appearance in 4 years. Fourth championship appearance in 4 years. The 1 year that they lost, they actually lost to Toronto. The next game will be, those playoff games will actually be on the 29th, which will be Sunday. So, of course, I won't be able to broadcast some of those second round games.
I think what's going to be interesting there is which big name players show up. Because the Revolution spent the most money they've ever spent in franchise history coming into this year. And their big guys up front, Gustavo Bou, Carlos Gil, Buxa, when they show up, they've got a real good argument that they're one of the top 3 or 4 most talented teams in the East. And Orlando, they're riding the high of winning their first playoff game, but without Galese, without Guan, more pressures on Orlando City, no doubt about it. Okay, well, they played in, now they are intent in play off at home through these playoffs. What place remains in the Western semifinals? We will see it fiddle over the course of the next hour or so.
Remember, the Blues had ownership issues in '83, caused them not to draft anyone. Oh, from the other question where I was like, I didn't remember. That was true. They're going to go to Saskatoon or whatever. And they were bought by a pet food company or something. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. They're a commercial, but they should be coming back soon for the start of the second half between Seattle and the third-year franchise, Los Angeles FC, second-year franchise. They made the Western Conference Final last year against Seattle. They're trying to eliminate the champions, but Seattle's got the 1-0 lead. What was the ownership issue, or who did own them? Yeah, I remember hearing about that. That's the only thing I remember that. There's some crazy facts that you don't know unless you really dig into it.
We've got your blue bloods and blue chippers, championship DNA and Cinderella, interstate rivalries, and classic conference duels. One moment here, needs to here, and here. Spirit of the game lives on. College basketball is here. It's time to go to work.
Happy holidays. I'm watching Dish.
So still waiting for that. Yeah.
Keep it simple, Tom. What? I love the holidays, especially Lifetime holiday movies on Dish. With On Demand from Dish, I get all of them, plus thousands of other movies and shows. Now that's keeping it simply wonderful. At Enterprise Car Sales, you're in the driver's seat. From here to here. Start your purchase online and browse our wide selection of quality pre-owned vehicles with vehicle delivery options. When you're ready, we're ready. Look at you, no crazy.
I got a good one. Well, no, I got a good trivia question, and yeah, I know it's Toronto, Tampa Bay, or it could be Colorado, Vegas. You go either way. I got a good one. Who was the first Red Army whatever. It's not. That's kind of not a real question because it's kind of subjective. Anyway, here I got a good question. Who was the first ex-Red Army hockey player, from the Russian Red Army to win the Calder Trophy and the Stanley Cup in the first year, in his first year? The first player from the Russian Red Army team to win the Calder Trophy and the Stanley Cup in his first year. Tell me if you know who it is.
LAFC now has a potentially very productive partnership. It's just his fourth substitute appearance. He's much loved at the training ground already by his colleagues who've got admiration for his character and his ability. But Bradley Wright Phillips, hugely experienced, stepping out at half-time. Yeah, but he didn't look right, did he, after that collision with
Tell me your guess. Can you give the decade so I get a feeling of who it can be? It's the certainly it's the middle of the 1990s. It's the 1990s and the middle of the 1990s. I tell you, early 2090s. I'm really good.
When Baylor wants to drop in, you play into his speed. He's not going to play in behind the two center backs of the Sounders. They've got to provide some width and some verticality to this attack. Otherwise, everything's going to be in front of the pack for Seattle. That's not going to be a good option in the strangest of seasons for the AFC. It's the 6 teenagers, two of them on the pitch now.
There was a throw-in. And that now Seattle ricocheted off of a ahead as LA tries to go and bring it up ahead. They do. Going past one, then tries to cross in front. What a pass. Right there, and then defensively taken away by Seattle. LA at center. They do not move up yet. They will get going for them. Opoku has come out as the injured Bradley Wright Phillips will finally be out for the game. Not with an injury, but just because they didn't want to risk further. Los Angeles keeps it going here. Slinked pass, looking potentially for the cross. Still cannot get it. How they maintain the possession. Trying to come in front, Seattle pinches. They've got to get the ball inside if they want a chance. They continue to chase the ball. Now they're behind. Now the Seattle defense will chase. Crossed it in deep and deflected out of play by the Seattle defender. It'll be a Los Angeles corner early in the second half. And that big play, though, back was, I think LA made a good play because Seattle was ferociously chasing the play. And at this point, then that doesn't happen because they were all able to go in behind. Not Galaxy. FC tried to keep it through. That went off of a foot. It went off of a Los Angeles foot. It will be a goal kick for Seattle. Do you want to take a guess, Josh, at who it would be? Or just tell me if you want to take a guess at who it would be. 47th minute right now. Seattle 1, LA nothing. Booted over the line. Right over to the goalie, who will kick it out of there and then headed back and then kick back and back to center. Headed some more. Rolling it past center. I think Makarov with Calgary because 89 Cup, and I think he won, and I know he won the Calder Trophy. Oh, you might be right with that. That's not the name I was thinking of. I'm going to look up to see if you're right because if that is correct, then I will be wrong, and that's okay. Just 1 second. He was not on that team. Incorrect. He was not on that team. Makarov was not on the. He was not on the 89 team. He may have won the Calder Trophy, but he's not on the 89 Cup team. So try again. I can tell you affirmatively now that I know it's not him. I can tell you it's the 90s. So try again, not Makarov. It's another name, though, where it's a good Russian player, but it's not a don't think it's Oh, I don't think it was a Calder winner. I think it was a Calder finalist, not a Calder winner. I think it'll take you forever. I'll just tell you what it is. Yeah, it was not a Calder winner. I was wrong there. It was a Calder the question would be a Calder finalist, and I'll let you know the answer. It's Sergei Brylin. That was the player that was the Stanley Cup champion the same year he was a Calder finalist. The Calder winner was Peter Forsberg, whose Quebec Nordiques lost in the first round to the New York Rangers. But Sergei Brylin was the answer I was looking for. But he did not win the Calder as I thought. He was a Calder finalist. So I should have morphed the question that way. I apologize. Seattle, we'll bring it up. I would not get that ever, yeah. Again, but I did like that you went for Makarov and not like a guy like Fedorov or, Larionov or one of those, or Bure or one of those top Russian guys. Bure definitely would have been the guy if we would have won Game 7 because I think he was a rookie that year. Actually, I'm not actually positive he was a rookie that year. And also, I know Pavel Bure played in Russia, but I actually don't know if he played for the Red Army team. I don't think he did. I think he just played for the KHL. There were actually a few other players on the 95 Cup team that the Devils had that played in the Red Army team. But they were not rookies, and they did not win. They were not Calder finalists. 91 Bure, yeah. So something like that. They might be 92 and 93. But anyway, doesn't matter. But he was one of those few Russian players where, again, I don't think he played for the Red Army team. I think he just was in Russia. He played in the KHL. Where you look at the original guy to defect, Alexander Mogilny, he actually played for the Red Army team, as did Sergei Fedorov and all of the Red Army lines of the Detroit Red Wings. I don't know. As a Canuck fan, it's kind of weird. I actually don't know Pavel Bure that much. I love Bure as a great player, but I'm more into and more know well about the Twins and Trevor Linden. I will tell you right now, though. I know you said before what is the most underrated sport of all time. I can tell you right now who the most underrated NHL player of all time is, and without a doubt, it's Trevor Linden. Here's a chance for Seattle, extra pass, and another goal that would have been scored, but he missed the net, and that was a pure tap in with the net empty. Morris missed a 2-0 game, and they caught LA sleeping. And that would have just ended this game. Well, we're not ended the game. It really would have made things tough. It would have got him by the throat and just not there. So a fantastic chance for Seattle missed. And the game is still 1-0. Did not hit it well off his foot. But yeah, as I was saying before, I think without a doubt, Josh, in my opinion, the most underrated player in the NHL ever is Trevor Linden. And I think there were nights, and I've said this, and people have said I'm crazy. You might even say I'm crazy, even though you're a big Canucks fan, that I think there were nights, like they would play in the playoffs in the 80s and the 90s between Los Angeles and Vancouver, where, yes, Gretzky was the best player in the world, but there were nights where the best player on the ice, with Gretzky also on the ice, the best player on the ice was Trevor Linden. He would, even games that they would lose in the regular season and in the playoffs, Trevor Linden would just take over games. Game 7, a perfect look at. I think the best player in the ice in Game 7, and I know Leach was great. 94 Cup final I'm talking about. The best player in the ice probably, if you look at it, probably was Mike Richter, but the best skater in the ice, no question, was Trevor Linden. And he was so good that game, even though they lost. He would just take over games. He was that, and he just never gets that recognition. I like the Twins. Daniel Sedin's one of my favorite players of all time. He's my favorite Vancouver Canuck. But Trevor Linden does not get the respect he deserves. I could go on a video. I could talk hours about Trevor Linden. And I never was really into him until I started watching some of his highlights and really understanding what he did for the team. Here comes LA looking for a cross in front and a chance. And that might have gotten deflected in front, because that would have tied the game. We'll see what happens here. And this is not offside. It looks offside, but it's not. And they didn't call it that. But that goes off of, I think, the Seattle defender in front. And you know what? That actually worked pretty well, because the way it was slanted, if it goes off the LA leg to go to the goal, that might have just roofed it. But so this will be Los Angeles throw-in, or corner. He tapped across, and an LA free kick as another Los Angeles player is down, laboring injury. Which NHL team made the finals 3 years in a row but got swept every time? Yeah, I'm thinking. Is it Buffalo? I know this is weird because the Bills did that almost in the 90s with the 40s, but is it the Sabres in the 70s? No, it's not. No, it's not. Why did I say that? No, never mind. Take that one off. Not the Sabres. My head wasn't working for some reason. Yeah. 3 years in a row. It gotta be Oh. It's the Blues, isn't it? Is it the Blues? I know, I said 4. Is it the Blues? Yes. Okay. Why did I not? Yeah, that's right. They made the Cup final against the Canadiens twice, or was the Bruins twice. I forget who they made it twice against, but I know they lost to – I think they lost to the Canadiens twice and then Boston, if I remember correctly. It's kind of funny. The 2 teams that were supposed to be the 3 teams that were supposed to be really good when the expansion came around after Chicago stunk was Pittsburgh and especially the Golden Seals. And interestingly enough, I don't know if you noticed, but the Golden Seals, after that first year in 1969, I don't know if you realize, the Golden Seals had the first overall selection in the draft, and they wanted a veteran leader. So Montreal had somebody, I don't remember who it was, but Montreal had some player that they liked, and the Golden Seals traded away that first overall selection of a good London Knight winger to the Montreal Canadiens for this veteran player, and Montreal selected with the first pick that the Seals would have had, Guy Lafleur. Yeah, Guy Lafleur would have played for the California Golden Seals had they not have traded the pick. It was Habs Bruins. I thought so. Hit the post! Seattle hits the post. And they hit the high post as they go for the stretch pass, which is intercepted by Seattle, and that would have been deadly. But anyways, I was saying with Seattle and Pittsburgh and the Golden Seals were supposed to be two of the top teams, and then St. Louis was the other team that was supposed to be really good, and St. Louis was supposed to stink, was Philadelphia. And Philadelphia is one of the teams that battled with the Blues, but really wasn't that great early on. But they ended up being like the most successful team out of that expansion in the measuring bar until the Oilers came around. Well, for the Islanders, actually, then the Oilers. It was the top crossbar, not even the post. It was hit just high right up on the crossbar, and that would have been a little bit lower, would have been a goal, would have been 2-0. It would have been a beautiful goal. What was the shortest amount of time it took to score a hat trick in an NHL game? 9 seconds, right? Another post. Another post. And this one is a beautiful pass, a double pass. And then this one is a high post. Not the crossbar, but the high post. Crossbar and a post in 45 seconds. And somehow it's still 1-0 in favor of Seattle instead of being 3 or 4. Yes, give hints. All right. I got a good one. In an eliminate, I don't know, but I got a trivia for you if you want to. This should be easy. In an elimination game, and by that I mean a game where the team could be eliminated, but not necessarily the team was eliminated. So the team was not eliminated, but if they had lost, they would have been eliminated. So just so you can understand what I meant by an elimination game. Anyway, who is the last player to score 5 goals in an elimination game, even though the team did not win did not lose the elimination game? Who is the last player? 21 seconds. Wow. Who is the last player to score 5 goals in an elimination Stanley Cup playoff game? Let's see if you know. It should be easy. Shouldn't be that hard. Again, if you're thinking, well, he scored 5 goals and they won, then don't do that. That's not going to help you. So, question is again, who was the last player in the Stanley Cup playoffs to score 5 goals in an elimination playoff game? Carrying it around. Seattle still back at center. We're in the, well, not there yet, but moving it along. 63rd minute, crosses it away, can't get it. Now they continue. Holding on, waits. Try to firecracker, and it was blocked. Just a big drive. From the line, Seattle keeps it in. Still controlling, and then now there is an injured LA player on the field. Let me know your guess, Josh. So we go kicked to center and brought around. When did it happen? What decade? The last decade. Well, not the decade now, but the last decade. It happened in the 2010s. Blocked, and Seattle goes for a second goal, and that hit the outside of the net, the right outside. Was not able to raise the ball. And Seattle is doing what I thought Toronto would do in the first game in the stream against Nashville. Just keep on going for it and get that goal because they're talented enough. And they may get that goal later because LA is just not. They're playing good, but they're not playing well enough. And Seattle just keeps coming in waves. Seriously, it's going to give it away. Fine. I'll give you the exact year. Wait, what decade? Not exact year. Score! They get a goal. Again, decade is 2010s. Across and a ripper. That's a beautiful goal. And he had some issues earlier on, and that actually goes off the gloves of the LA goalkeeper. And it doesn't wrap it up, but it makes it just a little bit harder. Instead of trailing by 1, LA trails by 2. 2-0. Sounders. It's not Lemieux. It's not Mario or Claude. That was a long time ago. It has not been that long. Well, not that long, no. Yeah, it is not in Lemieux. Yes, 5 goals. 5 goals by one player in an elimination game. Kick that one low and then off of a player. Moved back to the side again. And it'll be booted down. Seattle go for the race. Has a chance. Looking for a second goal. And then a pass too far. Taken back by the defense. 23 minutes left in regulation. LA trails by 2. Going for a stretch outdoor pass, which is kicked out of play. LA moves it from the corner, needing to get inside. Only way to do that is to cross it up or try something that is deflected out. It'll be a Los Angeles cross. Yeah, let me know if you have any more guesses or if you want me just to tell you. This is crossed up, and it'll be a penalty against LA. Australian-born Brad Smith, left back, going to come on the field next. The pitch for the next substitution.
Gives him a couple options at that left fullback's position. Tonight he went with Nuhu. When Brad Smith is in there, especially up against teams.
Jones will substitute out, and here comes Brad Smith. LA to try to move this ball down. The only name that pops up is Mario Lemieux, and I know I will feel stupid when I don't guess this. All right. Tell me if you want me to tell you. Let me know if let me know if you want me to tell you now. Just type in if you want me to tell you, if you want to keep guessing. And it is not Mario Lemieux. It is not Claude Lemieux. It is not a Lemieux. It is not any French Canadian. Make me feel dumb. Go ahead. All right, it's Johan Franzen. 2010, Game 4 against the Sharks, an elimination game. The Red Wings were down 3-0 in the series. Elimination. They could have been eliminated. They were not eliminated. They won going away, I think it was like 6-1 or 7-1 against San Jose. And Johan Franzen scored 5 goals in that game. And I don't remember if there's been another player in the playoffs who scored 5 goals since, but I know there hasn't been one that scored 5 goals in an elimination game. So it was Johan Franzen in Game 4 of the Western Conference semifinals in 2010 against the Sharks. Goalie that let it up Yevgeny Nabokov in his, I believe, final year as a Shark. I don't think he was on the 2011 team. No, it was not. That was Antti Niemi's first year as a Shark. Seattle moving the ball, trying to get it out. We'll play to the line and then go to center. Yeah. He was on the Cup team. This was 2 years after they won the Cup. This was the year after they lost in the Cup final to the Penguins. 2009-10 season, the year the Blackhawks beat Philly. And this is the second round. And he scored 5 goals. You probably watched the game too. Most of the coverage was on TSN. Chris Cuthbert called the game. You probably watched Game 4 and don't remember it. Or actually, maybe not, because at that same time, Chicago was battling Vancouver, so probably didn't really care what was going on with Detroit and Chicago. LA will boot it off the line. Still cannot keep the possession. 73 minutes played in this game. Seattle will go. It's very reminiscent of the last time they played in the playoffs on this field in the Cup final. That time they were up 2-1, and they iced the game away when the goalie came out to press against Toronto. What a celebration in this stadium. A sold-out crowd, obviously nobody here with the scenario that's going on in the world. They've become accustomed to this team, this LAFC team. Second straight year they've had to face Seattle in the playoffs, and it might be the second straight year that they've gone down to Seattle in the playoffs. Juggled it loose and then kicked to keep it in. LA moving it. Oh, great spin move. Seattle to move it to center. All right. I will, I guess. Just going to stay here and stream the last 15 minutes of this game in extra time or at a time, whatever, and then I'm going to go to sleep. Seattle's going to move it up still. Fakes the shots, turned over. LA, good breakout pass. Closes in, back door, and then cleared off and kept in still. Pass to the side, try to cross, and this is blocked out. Tried to keep in by LA. Will do so. Still will, and then deflected it off a Seattle player's body. So it will be a Los Angeles corner. Still crossed in front, a shot, score! They score! LA finally scores. A goal. Of all times, and I mean, it wasn't great that they gave up the 2-0 goal, but they're within one now. A cross in front, and finally got the net front presence they wanted. Right underneath the goalie, and it's 2-1. Seattle leads, but only by a goal. Now there is another LA player down with 12 minutes remaining in regulation. Diaz, and then off to the Seattle player.
Blessing now at right back gives them more of a threat. Right, so it's going to force George Morris to defend a little bit, but it's also going to give Carlos Vela a little bit more support going forward. See, that was Eddie Segura in the first 55, 60 minutes. Now all of a sudden with Blessing there, you've got an outlet to get out there, and out to Weston Janela.
Off the line, LA trying to come back and take this ball away. And a break right in front. Almost a breakaway. Looking. Score! Right through Cisniega, and Seattle gets the 2-goal lead right back. Just onside, and the stretch pass, he waits, make sure he gets a slip in goal with the goalie out of it, and the goalie down. It's a bang play, and all of that energy that LA had is just out, because now they're down 3-1. And you think of all the missed nets and all the posts, all the bad luck Seattle got, and that's all the good luck they're getting back to try to finish this game off. With 10 minutes remaining in regulation. (3-1) was the final last year, the Western Conference Final, and Seattle eliminated LA to win the West, and LA had the best record, obviously, and they won that home and home in Seattle in this building. This is now the first round, and Seattle trying to eliminate LA and move on to Dallas in round 2.
Ways they can break you down makes them very difficult to beat. And I also think the evolution of Jordan Morris, which I haven't talked about tonight, you know, the criticism against Jordan Morris is that against a low block, he doesn't succeed as much. But what I've noticed this year, in large part, I think some of that is with playing with the national team and evolving a little bit tactically. But his movement with Nicholas Lindero going up against teams that sit in, it's evolved.
Now, in the corner, this is kicked out again.
There's very few things that you can quantify what Rui Diaz does other than goals and assists. But the eye test, he's just always got you second guessing where you are as a defender. And he does it in style, which
blocked off again as they tried to cross it in and clear it through. And trying to play this in front for a cross. Seattle still working in. Here's that cross. It'll be taken away and then blocked back. LA still trying to get it out. Seattle is pressing. They will finally boot it to center, and here, but LA will steal it back. And then nothing doing with that pass. But it comes out, and LA forced the turnover. Throw in. LA try to make this a 1-goal game again. 7 minutes left in regulation. LA needs goals. They need 2. Still, There, then blocked back by Seattle. Seattle move over to center, using their speed.
Seattle go through here? Are they your tournament favorites for the last time? They were my tournament favorites on SportsCenter 3 nights ago after playing games. And the reason why, just the experience that they have. But just, it's a trend. It's not a blip on the radar. They're big players show up in big games.
Headed back and then sent over through to the corner.
You give yourself a real opportunity to beat a lot of teams. I thought this would be the. I always feel like Giovanni said
Spinning away, and now
that the first playoff game is always the most difficult. You set the tone, you get into the rhythm.
kept some more as they just are not having the play they want. Referees separating all the players together now, away from each other.
These playoff games, you and I are sitting here in Bristol, Connecticut. You walk the halls and see people. It catches the attention of everyone there. You've got drama and everything else.
Here comes a free kick for LA. Blocked by the wall. Now Seattle comes in hot pursuit. They were able to score that one goal that they've got with a good cross. Still pushing, but then he commits a turnover. Less than 5 minutes to go in regulation. And the Seattle turnover. So here's LA at midfield.
Stand-up game at this stage of the 2020 MLS Cup playoffs on ESPN, presented by Audi. Here's Opoku. Okay.
And LA keeping this at midfield. Still playing catch. Kaye gets up. And now allowing the free kick to go. Free kick does go. Moving it up. Trying to cross it there. That's headed away by Sounders and pushed away still. Moved still.
To retreat at the free kick, Nicholas Madera.
Then crossed again off of the header, and then back heel, and then that was back legged away, almost a breakaway goal for 4-1, but trying to cross that one. A header. Score! What a goal! What a goal, though. Seattle is screaming offsides. It's a goal. This looks like it will be a good goal. We got to see if this is onside all the way. It looked onside. Seattle was screaming that this was offside. None of them were moving, and then that straight header through the goal and make it 3-2. Late in regulation. This is standing as a goal. The call on the field is a goal. We will see what the call is. Not made their decision yet.
It's got to be clear and obvious. I think it's all. It's clear and obvious enough. We can't stop.
It's a goal. No goal. No goal. Offside. I don't know the signals in soccer. I apologize for that. No goal. No goal. Offside is the call. So that will essentially bury any hopes LAFC had, because then they could have went the next extra time and just try to go for the tying goal. But now they're back in the hole for 2 goals now. Jordan Morris has been huge. And we'll see how much added time gets given.
Disappointed and hoping that there is at least a long chunk of additional time here for LAFC to work with.
We are entering stoppage time. 5 minutes of stoppage time, which would have given LA really a great amount of time to believe that their season would continue had that goal stayed onside. But since it was deemed offside, they need 2 instead of 1.
Premium brand, carefully built, good luxury parts, utterly reliable, you know what you're going to get. And then you've got LAFC, who are a bit like a luxury sports car. They look great, they have you wonder. They lift you up your seat on the throne. But they're not quite so good in adverse conditions. And just occasionally, usually when it really matters, they can let you down.
Kept at center. He's rifled around. The Seattle player goes down, and then that will be a penalty against LA. He'll try to delay more of this. And here comes what looks like to be a yellow card coming up again, possibly against LA.
But on the other hand, you're looking at a franchise that came into Major League Soccer, the Seattle Sounders, 12 straight years that made the playoffs. So to go to your analogy, it fits that to the team. Like, sometimes some of us on the outside, we get caught up with the new shiny toy, the Atlantas and the LAFCs, and we try to use, you know, the Atlanta 2.0 or LAFC 2, whatever it may be. Seattle, day one, has literally written the textbook on how to do this. 12 straight years. And they've lost players to injury.
Seattle, to watch one of just the all-time teams, franchises in MLS history. They have 3 championships since 2009. They've been dominant. They've never missed the playoffs. They're defending champions. It looks like they'll be moving on.
There's a real discussion there, and I am going to sit here and say, I think I'm looking at this because this league is a lot different than what that league was back then. And it's almost a foregone conclusion that we just assume Seattle's going to be into the playoffs. But what we've seen, Joseph Martinez gets injured, what it did to Atlanta, we see other expansion teams struggle some point along the way. Just hasn't shown itself for the Seattle Sounders whatsoever.
Thrown in now, and 2 minutes remain from the conclusion of this game, this playoff game. Seattle carries it. Now LAFC, that's headed away. Consistently look for the cross. And we'll see if where the penalty goes. Here's a cross that headed up high as well and out. As it went right off the head of the LAFC player, so just makes it.
A later stage, first round, last year's semi-finalists. They shared 7 goals and went to extra time. They
Had the worst in the final minute of this playoff game. Seattle 3, LA 1. It was Seattle 2, LA 2 at one point, but that goal got wiped off the board. LA will shoot this ball down, and they'll go for their last chance of the game, probably of the season. There's a shot and an easy save, and they'll sit down to cover this rebound and cover up any doubt that his team will not advance to round 2 in this building against Dallas. Thought it would have been the big rivalry. Portland, Seattle. Portland's had some injuries, and Portland epically lost. So we don't get the bloodbath, but we'll get a solid Dallas team. And there are the final 3 whistles. Seattle wins 3-1 over LA. What a huge win. I will see you probably on Saturday, you guys, for Texas A&M and LSU, because I won't be doing Thursday, because, it's Thanksgiving. Everybody, happy Thanksgiving. Have a great night, and happy hockey, everybody.